Chapter 967. Within the Void Castle, all primal chaos existences could only wait. Dongbua Shui Ing stood silently within the huge palace hall, looking at the blurred figures reflected on the mirror-like walls. He shook his head slightly. Regardless of whether it was the battle that caused the destruction of the primitive ancient sacred world or the other wars started by Sacred Master, or this time when they fought against the destruction devils, it was ultimately the cosmos gods who decided the outcome of the war. These primal chaos existences could only watch from the side. A single Blade Emperor or Ancestor Sorcerer could kill all of them at the primal chaos realm by themselves. This was the difference in quality. South Dongbua Shuiing, Xinghu Emperor, Heart Imitation Religious Master, and several hundred other primal chaos existences turned over at the same time. A hunchbacked old man appeared within the palace hall. He was Forefather Tianyu. Forefather Tianyu swept his gaze across all primal chaos existences present before chuckling. All right, those destruction devils have either died in battle or escaped back. Currently, there are no longer any destruction devils left in the inner region. This crisis has been resolved. Huh. I knew it. Those destruction devils are simply a joke, no matter how they struggle. At that moment, the place was filled with laughter. Forefather Tianyu softly nodded. His figure then blurred before disappearing. Dongbua Shuiing watched as this happened. He found it hard to relax. Dongbua, let's go and have a few cups of wine. Xinghu Emperor walked over with a smile. The matter has been resolved, yet you are still frowning. What are you thinking about? Nothing much. Come, let's drink. Dongbua Shuiing immediately revealed a grin, though he was sighing inwardly. Attack? It was the destruction devils who took the initiative to attack. Retreat? It was the destruction devils who took the initiative to retreat. Within another tranquil palace hall within the Void Castle, the 12 cosmos gods were seated. Their expressions were ugly. The last one, who called himself Emperor Jun, is comparable to me in strength, Blade Emperor coldly stated as he sat there. The destruction devils are innately good at survival. Even though these cosmos god destruction devils are far weaker than us, we have fought for more than 4 hours without killing a single one. Devil Mountain primogenocide, we can't kill them. As time passes, more cosmos gods will emerge from the destruction devils. And this time, the one called Emperor Jun has reached the 2nd level of Cosmos God. The situation is getting worse. Yes, the situation is getting worse. Those present were all Cosmos Gods who decided the fate of the entire primal chaos void. Yet, at this moment, they felt helpless. Kill? Unkillable. The destruction devils were clearly becoming stronger at a rapid pace. Even though more experts would emerge from the side of the cultivators as time passed. However, it was very normal for cultivators to nurture experts. As for the destruction devils, as the number of layers increased, the number of destruction devils they produced would become more and more exaggerated. The destruction devils would continuously become stronger, approaching the cultivators and even surpassing them. He could only watch helplessly as everything happened, but he was powerless to do anything. It is still too early. If they want to grow to a strength comparable to ours, they will still need a long time. Wu Zhu nonchalantly said, during this process we will also do our best to slow down the growth of the destruction devils. As long as we have sufficient time, all sorts of miracles might happen. Even if we fail in the end, we will just follow the great apocalypse of the primal chaos void. Haha, at most, it will just be a great apocalypse. We still have sufficient time. Reaching this realm in cultivation, everyone could naturally accept everything calmly. These destruction devils have attacked the spatial barrier many times. Jia Zhu rubbed his thin and small chin, muttering. But every single time, they did not use their full strength. Amen. Right, they did not use their full strength. Just like that Emperor Jun, he did not act at the start. He only acted at the later stages. They did not send many weak destruction devils to their deaths. If they were to use their full strength, they could send 10 times or more destruction devils to confuse us. The difficulty for us to find their main force would skyrocket, and they could easily reach the spatial barrier. Everyone present agreed that the destruction devils did not use their full strength. Jie Zhu continued. They did not use their full strength, yet they attacked the spatial barrier multiple times. What is the reason for that? I have previously guessed that they are investigating the spatial barrier. But is it because of the spatial barrier every single time? Furthermore, we have discovered traces of destruction devils hiding in the primal chaos, void, and 5 great sacred worlds. Clearly, the destruction devils have already passed through the spatial barrier and headed to the 5 great sacred worlds. How did they do so? My guess is that it should be during the time when they attacked the spatial barrier. I suspect so too. Wu Zhu said, but I have checked and reinforced the spatial barrier many times, yet I have yet to discover any signs of them penetrating through. Unless there are destruction devils who could teleport through an ultra-long distance? Ancestor Bone muttered. Impossible. If they could teleport through an ultra-long distance, they would not need to waste time with us here. They would have long killed their way to the 5 great sacred worlds. MN, they should have a unique method to penetrate through the spatial barrier. They were pondering. The cultivators were in a slightly worse mood. They had long suspected that there was a problem with the destruction devils attacking the spatial barrier, and within the Lost World corridor. Ha! The 5 kings were currently within a luxurious palace. They were drinking and chatting happily. Seated at the center was a thin male with a long, scaled tail. His tail was divided into many segments, and his tail wrapped around his seat twice. He was the strongest expert from the current destruction devils, Emperor June. Those cultivators are still foolishly fighting against us. They do not know that when my palm struck the spatial barrier, I have already sent the 3 kings out. The shadowless talent is indeed formidable. This palm of mine has only affected General Mo Gu, yet he isn't injured at all. They were praising and even feeling slightly envious. The shadowless talent was theoretically the pinnacle of voidification. It could practically penetrate through all restrictions, barriers, and seals. Similarly, it was hard for others to injure them. The moment they turned voidified, they could not be seen at all. Who would have thought that Big Brother Emperor June has returned this time too? Haha, with Big Brother Emperor June around, it'll be much easier for us to deal against those cultivators. Emperor June, who was seated there, his long tail that was revolving around his seat, was also moving slowly. He chuckled. This time, the other 3 kings have gone out too. All the kings have gone out before. For a relatively long period, we won't be in a rush to start another war. Everyone should calm down and properly cultivate. We must also have sufficient patience to slowly accumulate the strength of our destruction devils. Amen. The other 4 present nodded in agreement. In the following years, Dongbua Shuai spent most of his time cultivating and searching for new, golden-armored graded lairs in the Lost World corridor. He would occasionally fight in the inner region too. In the blink of an eye, another 300 million years passed. 7-star oceanic sacred world. In a slightly more desolate region, there was a flourishing city. This was the territory of a primal chaos giant, Jade Light Empress. Jade Light Empress opened a religion here and imparted to her disciples. She even constructed a huge city that could shelter many cultivators. Over the long years, Jade Light Empress was absolutely an old ancestor. Many nations had pledged their allegiance to her, and only outstanding talents were qualified to become her disciple. Empress. Within the God Palace, the disciples were all respectful when they saw Jade Light Empress. Jade Light Empress was dressed in a pure white robe. She walked barefooted within the palace. There was a strand of vexation between her brows. She was originally in closed-door cultivation, but she suddenly felt uneasy. What happened? Jade Light Empress stood by the railing at the highest level of the god palace. She held onto the railing and looked down at the huge city, and at this moment, there were a total of 6 figures in the distant sky. The leading one was a golden-robed man. He was tall and thin. His triangular eyes were looking down at the nation with a strand of savagery on his face. "Capture Jade Light Empress alive for me. I want to personally devour her," the thin, golden-robed male coldly said, "and all the cultivators in this city." "Yes, yes, General Mogu," the 5 subordinates behind acknowledged. The thin, golden-robed male revealed an excited and expectant smile. He was none other than General Mogu, who possessed the shadowless talent. The other 3 kings had long split up and concealed their identities as they roamed the cultivation world. And these 5 subordinates were all golden-armored destruction devils. 2 of them had reached the 9th level strength, and the other 3 were at the peak of the 8th level. The 5 of them had been carefully selected and brought along with them back then. The mission of the 5 of them was to protect General Mogu. "It has been a long time. Previously, all of you didn't allow me to eat her. This time, I must eat to my heart's content." The thin, golden-robed male extended his tongue and licked his lips. Chapter 968. In terms of heart temperament, the young General Mogu should be the weakest destruction devil that came to the 5 great sacred worlds, because the other destruction devils that were brought here had strong self-control. Currently, General Mogu did not have his heaven-defying voidification technique and was merely at the peak 7th level strength. He was still frequently influenced by the desire to destroy. Previously, when he wanted to kill, he was persuaded by his 5 subordinates. They said, "We have to be careful. If we want to kill, we should kill as many as we want. Usually we have to restrain ourselves and not expose our tracks. If we were to provoke the cosmos gods from the cultivator side, we'll be in big trouble." Ultimately, he was a golden-armored destruction devil. Even if his heart temperament was bad, he still had some self-control. He could endure until today. Prepare yourself. Do it. The chosen target, Jade Light Empress, was merely a primal chaos giant at the peak of the 7th level strength. She could not resist against the 5 terrifying, golden-armored destruction devils at all. The expression of Jade Light Empress, who stood by the railing, changed abruptly. She turned over, only to see many strands enveloping her. With a thought, a surging green light surged, yet it was easily cut apart by those strands. The strands forcefully permeated into her body, sealing her strength. This made Jade Light Empress feel a chill in her heart. A single move, and he captured her alive? Could this be a terrifying existence at the 9th level star pagoda strength? "General," the 5 black-robed men stood by the side and bowed respectfully. The thin, golden-robed male, General Mogu, walked over. He looked at Jade Light Empress with slight excitement. "Who are you?" Jade Light Empress asked. "Who am I?" "Ha ha ha, the person who'll eat you." General Mogu stretched out his hand and grabbed Jade Light Palace Mistress's fair neck, directly lifting her up. Then he opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue. His tongue instantly extended several meters and directly wrapped around Jade Light Palace Mistress. So, Jade Light Palace Mistress was directly swallowed into his stomach. The golden-robed General Mogu was so excited that he was trembling slightly. This was the first time he killed a primal chaos cultivator. Satisfying his desire to destroy and nourishing his soul left him intoxicated. The moment the golden-robed General Mogu opened his mouth, a terrifying ripple immediately enveloped the entire city. Inside the city, whether it was the inns or the cultivators in the mansions, countless cultivators flew up uncontrollably. The entire city spanned 5 million kilometers, and there were trillions of cultivators living within. Nonetheless, it was common for primal chaos existences to cover a few million kilometers with a single move, much less the 5 black-robed men behind General Mo. 2 of them were at the 9th level, and 3 were at the peak of the 8th level. With a thought, they had completely controlled the entire city. Ah, what happened? No. Even many of the disciples and people within this divine palace also flew over uncontrollably. The closer they flew towards the golden-robed General Mo, the more their bodies rapidly shrank, all of them being swallowed into his stomach. Even the 5 black-robed men at the side secretly used their methods to bind some of the Unity Realm experts who could resist the suction and send them into their general's mouth. Regardless of whether they were humans or other races, whether they were weak or strong, they were all swallowed into his stomach. With the help of the 5 of them and General Mo's own strength, trillions of living beings within this city were eaten. General Mo was so excited that his eyes turned red. Eating so many cultivators was a form of enjoyment to a destruction devil. He immediately fell in love with this taste. Lost World Corridor. One of Dongbua Shuiying's incarnations was researching on the void ancient tree within the golden-armored graded lair space, and the other incarnation was walking within the Lost World Corridor. Amen? Being a cultivator who had been chosen beforehand to search for those destruction devils that had infiltrated the 5 great holy grounds. Dongbua Shuiying frequently received intelligence reports. They were all intelligence reports on those destruction devils hiding in the 5 great holy grounds. What? Dongbua Shuiying's expression changed. Jade Light Empress and the 3 trillion cultivators in the entire Jade Light City, they were all devoured. It was confirmed that the murderer was a destruction devil. 3 trillion cultivators? Dongbua Shuiying did not dare believe it. Even in the 5 great sacred worlds, a city that could house so many cultivators was a huge city. This was the territory of a primal chaos giant, and even Jade Light Empress had been devoured? Damn. Dongbua Shuiying was filled with killing intent. Everyone said that the destruction devils were born for the sake of destruction. Because they were resisting at the boundary of the void, the feeling was not too intense. But this time, the scale of devouring was so huge that it made Dongbua Shuiying tremble. Is this the supreme law? The supreme law actually gave birth to such evil destruction devils? Dongbua Shuiying gritted his teeth. Or should I say, we are just ants before the supreme law? Damn. Void Castle. A group of cosmos gods were gathered here. Naturally, they were mainly incarnations. Dongbua Shuiying had gotten the intelligence report, and the other cosmos gods naturally received it too. He actually devoured so many of them in one go. The destruction devils are really crazy for entering the 5 great sacred grounds. Jade Light Master softly sighed. Her eyebrows were filled with killing intent. She remembered that time when she was roaming the sacred world. She had guided that young lady before. That young lady eventually rose to the primal chaos realm, and she was happy about it. But who would have thought that she would end up in such a state? Jade Light Master turned to Forefather Tianyu. Tianyu, you said that Dongbua Shuiying's techniques are more formidable, and he is able to deal with dangerous situations. He even has the ultra-long distance teleportation technique to escape. When will he be able to pursue after these destruction devils? He has only reached the primal chaos realm for a short period, and I do not know what realm he has cultivated the imperial dragon inheritance to. I did not ask any further. Forefather Tianyu said, "How about this? In a while I'll ask him. If he has cultivated it to a large success, we'll let him act. Oh right, Wuzu, he is responsible for searching for the destruction devils, and it is possible for him to meet the cosmos gods within the destruction devils. What about the gifts we discussed previously? I've also prepared the life-saving gift for him." Sorcerer Ancestor nodded. Suddenly, Forefather Tianyu was slightly startled. He even revealed a look of excitement as he waved his hand. Who? By the side, the true body of Dongbua Shuiying wearing a thick white robe appeared. Forefather Tianyu was one of the 3 cosmos gods protecting the Void Castle. Even with his true bodyguarding, he could control part of the power of the Void Castle. Naturally, he could easily teleport the true body of Dongbua Shuang here. What happened? Tianyu. The others were slightly startled and puzzled. Dongbua has chanced upon an ultra-long distance teleportation technique, sending his incarnation into the Lost World Corridor. The location he was teleported to is actually a golden-armored, graded lair. Forefather Tianyu did not dare to delay any longer. He directly transmitted over. What? Golden-armored, graded lair? Everyone present was startled. Wu Zhu and the others were incredibly shocked. Dongbua Shuang, hurry up and open the passage. Wu Zhu stared at Dongbua Shuang. His eyes were unprecedentedly sharp. Yes, Dongbua Shuang did not dare to hesitate. He immediately extended his hand and pointed ahead. Hong Long, the void before him suddenly distorted, and he could vaguely see the other side. I'll go over first. Jade Light Master immediately said. She was also one of the 3 cosmos gods protecting the Void Castle, and the only one who was a 2nd-level cosmos god. Who? The space by the side changed. The green-robed Void Primogenitor's true body appeared too. I'll accompany you in. With Void Primogenitor who specialized in the Void entering together, the 2 of them were not afraid of all the Destruction Devil Kings working together. Go! Jade Light Master and Void Primogenitor directly walked along the passage opened by Shuang. They took a step and entered. After the second watch. Chapter 969. The golden-armored, graded lair space was extremely important to the Destruction Devils. It was heavily guarded, and the spatial entrance was disguised. Instead, there was only a single golden-armored Destruction Devil standing on the vast land within the lair guarding it. The Destruction Devils were clear. The moment the cultivators enter the lair space, it would be pointless even if they arranged for more golden-armored Destruction Devils. Space distorted, and the black-robed Dongbua Shuang appeared within this lair space. Seeing the scene within the lair space, he revealed a look of joy. Who? The golden-armored Destruction Devil guarding the lair turned around abruptly. With a glance, he saw the black-robed cultivator and could not help but feel horrified. He was discovered. King, the 3rd golden-armored lair has been discovered. An incarnation of a cultivator has appeared. The golden-armored Destruction Devil anxiously transmitted over. Kill him. The kings who received the news were greatly alarmed. They did not have any ultra-long distance teleportation techniques, and it would take some time for them to rush over. Die for me. This golden-armored Destruction Devil transmitted over to the kings. Without waiting for the king's order, he had taken the initiative to act. One could see a vast black cloud rolling towards the distant Dongbua Shuang, and Dongbua Shuang had teleported continuously. Clearly, his attainments in the void were extremely high. He was able to pull apart the distance between the 2, and the golden-armored Destruction Devil could not catch up to him for a moment. Being a void walker who cultivated the 4 diagrams created by Emperor Jiyun, and cultivating bitterly in the Lost World Corridor for the past 20 billion years, Dongbua Shuang's attainments in the void had reached an exaggerated level. Many cosmos gods could not compare to him in the void aspect. Even if it was just an incarnation, it was sufficient for him to show disdain for many primal chaos existences in the void aspect. Closely following that, this golden-armored lair space warped once again. 2 figures walked out from within. One of them was a beautiful and noble woman. She was the Jade Light Lord. The Jade Light Lord's beautiful eyes scanned the area, and her gaze fell on the distant ancient void tree. When she saw the golden eggs that were being nurtured on the ancient void tree, her eyes flashed with a dazzling light. She stretched out her hand, and a zither appeared in it. Then She strummed the strings of the zither with her slender fingers as the music rang out. It even formed visible waves that spread in all directions. Beside the Jade Light Lord was the green-haired Void Primogenitor. The Void Primogenitor looked around coldly, but when he saw the Void Ancient Tree, he couldn't hide his excitement. Too late! The golden-armored guard who was chasing after Dongbua, Shui-Ing fell into despair when he saw the Alcade Master and the Void Primogenitor. The moment Cosmos gods from the cultivators arrived, there would be no more hope. Hong, as the highest-level golden-armored Void Tree, it was extremely sturdy and stable. But when the Jade Light Lord personally took action, under the influence of the music, the golden eggs instantly turned to dust. The Void Tree began to twist and distort. In just 2 breaths of time, the entire Void Tree began to crumble. The entire space around it began to collapse. As for the golden-armored devilish guard, he had already been annihilated by the fluctuations of the music. Let's go. Amidst the collapse of space, Lady of Alcade and Void Primogenitor were in a good mood as they directly used Great Void teleportation to leave. As for Dongbua Shui-Ying's clone that was in disguise, it had already dissipated on its own. Lost World Corridor. The 5 kings of the destruction devils gathered together. Damn. How could this be? We are heavily guarded with many patrols. Even the space is disguised. How could we be discovered? The 5 kings were furious. They did not care if they lost 10 or 100 low-graded layers. Even if they lost more than half the blood-armored graded layers, they could still face it calmly. But every single golden-armored graded layers was highly valued by them, because this was the true foundation of their destruction devil race. Currently, there were a total of 15 kings who broke through from the golden-armored graded destruction devils and originated from the golden-armored graded layers. The golden-armored graded layers nurtured many batches of golden-armored destruction devils, and were also the cradles of kings. They already felt heartache when they destroyed 2 golden-armored graded layers in the early stages. But at that time they were too weak and had no choice. As their overall strength became stronger, the patrols and precautions were strengthened, and it had been a very long time since a golden-armored graded layer was discovered. Currently, there are a total of 6 golden-armored graded layers, and yet another one has been discovered. Emperor June sat there with his segmented tails circling around him. His thin face had a pair of eyes that were filled with blood light. Even if more than 100 golden-armored destruction devils died, as long as they were given sufficient time, they would be born again. Only when the layers were destroyed would they truly break their roots. According to the intelligence, the other party did not kill his way in from the entrance. Instead, he appeared from thin air. It should be an ultra-long distance teleportation. Right? It should be an incarnation of the cultivators who just happened to be sent into the golden-armored graded lair. The other kings could only sigh. Even though they could not execute ultra-long distance teleportation, they had a deep understanding of the cultivators. They knew that the further the ultra-long distance teleportation was, the more exaggerated the deviation would be. It was impossible for there to be any spatial markings within the golden-armored graded layer. Hence, the deviation should be very exaggerated. This deviation had coincidentally led them into the golden-armored graded layer. After all, over the long years, the cultivators had been advancing wave after wave. Many cultivators were coming in to explore, and it was not impossible for them to be lucky enough to be sent into a golden-armored graded lair. Their luck is too good. Coincidentally, teleporting into a golden-armored graded lair, all of them felt sullen. The eyes of Emperor June remained cold. He pondered for a moment before saying, "Investigate. Think of ways to investigate and see who is the one who discovered the golden-armored graded lair. We must ascertain whether he is lucky or has some unique cultivation technique." It was fine if it was just luck, since it was not a huge threat. But if there really was a scouting technique, it would be a huge problem for the destruction devils. Laughter could be heard within the void castle. Ha ha ha! We have destroyed a golden-armored, grated lair this time, reducing the growth of the destruction devils by a huge chunk. It has been a long time since we had such a huge victory. Forefather Tianyu grinned. The other cosmos gods present, including Wu Zu, Jiezu, and others, revealed a rare smile. It had indeed been a long time since they had such a huge victory. In the early days, they were suppressing the destruction devils. They had successfully killed 4 kings and destroyed 2 golden-armored grated lairs. But now, those kings dared to kill their way to the spatial barrier before retreating safely. Even though the cultivators held an absolute advantage, they could not kill the destruction devils. They had not even discovered a golden-armored, grated lair for a long time. They had even invited Mount Chimay and spent a huge amount of Origin World rocks, yet they could not find a single golden-armored, grated lair. The lair is the root. Breaking off one of their roots will give us more time. Wu Zu chuckled and nodded. If it is according to our guesses that the king is a golden-armored, grated destruction devil who broke through, then the golden-armored, grated lair would be even more important. The destruction devils would most likely be angered to the point of insanity. Currently, many of their experts have infiltrated the 5 great sacred worlds. Void primogenitor turned to Dongbua Shui-ing, who stood by the side. The moment the news of Dongbua Shui-ing discovering a golden-armored, grated lair spreads, the destruction devils would most likely vent their anger on Dongbua. Amen. The other cosmos gods nodded. This matter must be kept a secret. Forefather Tianyu said, Don't spread it out. Don't spread it out. Wu Zu nodded too. His gaze landed on Dongbua Shui-ing. He chuckled. Hall Master Dongbua, is it luck that you discovered this golden-armored, grated lair, or do you have a unique cultivation technique? Chapter 970. At that moment, the other cosmos gods present turned to Dongbua Shui-ing. Was it luck, or was it a scouting technique? If there really was a special scouting method, then it would be of great help to all the cultivators. You can rest assured that none of the cosmos gods present will leak this news. Wu Zu looked at Dongbua Shui-ing. I relied on ultra-long distance teleportation. Dongbua Shui-ing said, after breaking through to the primal chaos realm, I grasped the ultra-long distance teleportation technique. I sent my incarnation into the lost world corridor and coincidentally sent it into a golden-armored, grated lair. As for the scouting technique, is there some unique technique for finding golden-armored, grated lairs? Wu Zu, Jiezu, and the others looked at each other. They sighed inwardly. That's right. The environment of the Lost World Corridor was unique. There were all sorts of dangers present, and there was a risk of dying when one's true body went to investigate. Only Myriad Realm Tavern Master and Mount Chimay could send their incarnations to investigate. It's a pity that their requirements were ridiculously high. It was not bad for Dongbua Shui-ing to be lucky enough to discover a lair. He could not hope for more. It is too difficult to discover a golden-armored, grated lair. You usually send your incarnations over to. Trying your luck might be the only way for us to find a golden-armored, grated lair. Wu Zu said, unless absolutely necessary, they would not agree to Mount Chimay's request since they did not have many Origin World rocks. Yes, Dongbua Shui-ing answered. Blade Emperor waved his hand, causing a silver hoop to fly over. This is 100,000 Origin World rocks. It is also gathered by the various parties. Since you have discovered a golden-armored, grated lair, this is what you deserve. The cosmos gods had already publicized the rewards. Dongbua Shui-ing happily received it. In his heart, he decided that he would eat these 100,000 Origin World rocks. After all, his incarnation could spy on them. As long as he had enough time, he believed that he would be able to discover a second or even a third golden-armored grade nest in the future. However, it would be a long time before he would be able to make it public again. After all, if he discovered 2 nests, he would not be able to explain it away with luck. Perhaps everyone would suspect him. However, Xiao Chun had many treasures. There were still some left behind by his master, Guqi. If he ate these 100,000, it would be of great help to his soul. It would also be of great help to his cultivation. Oh, right, Dongbua. Forefather Tianyu smiled. Have you cultivated your imperial dragon inheritance to the 9th revolution realm? I have mastered it, Dongbua Shui Ing said. With Yonkai's strength and the 3-colored layered cloud, although he had fought many golden-armored demons at the edge of the void, none of them was qualified to force him to use the imperial dragon inheritance. Ha! The Devil Mountain primogenitor by the side laughed. Good. I heard from Tianyu that your defensive techniques are already very powerful. Now that the imperial dragon inheritance has reached the 9th revolution, it should be even more impressive. You should also know that we have a mission for you. I know. It is to investigate the infiltrating destruction devils. Dongbua Shui Ing nodded. Right. Jade Light Master's voice was sweet. She added, these destruction devils are extremely cunning. Furthermore, they have some unknown techniques that we do not know of. They could stealthily escape from our seals. Furthermore, we cosmos gods have chased after them many times, but they should be able to sense the strength of us cultivators. The moment we cosmos gods chased after them, they would not appear at all, and most primal chaos existences would fall when facing them. Dongbua Shui Ing nodded. Previously, they received the news Jade Light Empress did not have the time to escape before being devoured. Those destruction devils that infiltrated were indeed powerful. Previously, there were even 2 peak 8th level primal chaos existences that died in their hands. This was also why, even though they were anxious, they still waited for Dongbua Shui Ing's defensive techniques to become stronger. Furthermore, Dongbua Shui Ing still had the ultra-long distance teleportation. Only then did they feel reassured to let Dongbua Shui Ing investigate. After all, according to their estimations, there might be cosmos gods that infiltrated. By then, Dongbua Shui Ing might very well face cosmos gods. This is the gift that we have prepared for you. Wu Zu extended his hand, causing a black bracelet to appear. This black bracelet was formed by 12 beads chained together. Every bead contained a 3-dimensional array that was faintly discernible within. This black bracelet directly flew over. Dongbua Shui Ing received it. Just as it landed in his hand, he felt a terrifying weight acting on it. Even with his strength, he could feel his palm sinking. Every bead was much heavier than the sun star. The 12 primal beads are rare treasures condensed from the earth essence during the primitive ancient sacred world era. These 12 beads were formed at the same time. Wu Zu said, cosmos gods would usually prepare protective secret treasures for themselves. But that secret treasure is something that a primal chaos existence like you could not fully activate. Due to the limitation of your strength, the 12 primal beads are practically the best for you. After you refine it, the moment you activate it, you will be protected by 12 layers of protective godlight at the same time. Even I, Jiezu, and Blade Emperor would require 1 to 2 moments to break through it. This period is sufficient for you to use ultra-long distance teleportation to escape. Wu Zu said, only Sacred Master could break through it instantaneously. Dongbua Shui Ing nodded. He was ultimately at the primal chaos realm. It was already heaven-defying for him to rely on this secret treasure to survive in front of Jiezu and Wu Zu. Wu Zu and the others had thought of all possible methods. As for Sacred Master, the gap between him and Sacred Master was ultimately too big. The destruction devils do not have existences on the level of Sacred Master. Forefather Tianyu chuckled. This secret treasure is sufficient for you, Dongbua, but you have to be careful not to be ambushed. If you were to be assassinated before you could activate it, then you can only blame yourself for not being strong enough. I understand. Dongbua Shueing was still very confident. The law domain naturally existed. Being a primal chaos realm giant, his law domain could be spread across an area of 50,000 kilometers. No matter who entered this region, they would be discovered by Dongbua Shueing. It was too difficult to invade his law domain without being discovered. Dongbua Shueing was the first primal chaos realm expert in the Tao of Mirage in history. His law domain was incredibly mystical. Actually, experts who cultivated the laws and profound mystery system were famous for having a law domain that was hard to penetrate, because they had seen through the essence of their Tao path. For instance, the Devourer class and ancient cultivation class cultivators were formed naturally through their law domains. Experts who cultivated the laws and profound mysteries system would deliberately construct their own domain, other than the law domain. Dongbua Shueing was extremely sensitive to the void. After cultivating for 20 billion years in the Lost World Corridor, his walker's hidden secret had been pushed to the 49th level. In addition to Emperor Jiyun cultivating the second and third diagrams, his control over the void was extremely high. One law domain, one spatial perception. Both of these were constantly being maintained. These destruction devils that sneaked in are extremely powerful. 2 peak 8th level experts have fallen and could not escape in time. One has to know that they are confident of surviving against 9th level experts. Devil Mountain, primogenitor, said with a low voice. He looked at Dongbua Shueing. That is why we have always suspected that there are cosmos gods sneaking in. There aren't many 9th level star pagoda cultivators, and there are only 4 who could teleport through an ultra-long distance. One is from the ancient sacred world. One is a subordinate of Ancestor Mother, and the last is the extremely selfish Mount Chaime. Thus, we only have you, Dongbua, who is suitable for this mission. Dongbua Shueing nodded. You are the only one. Thus, you have to be more careful. Devil Mountain, primogenitor, said. You are the best candidate to investigate them. Blade Emperor added. Your safety is the most important. Usually, such huge matters would be resolved by cosmos gods personally. Nonetheless, those destruction devils that were hiding could sense the strength of cultivators. They would not appear even if they sensed cosmos gods. As for those weaker primal chaos existences, they would simply be sending themselves to death. Yes, Dongbua Shueing nodded. Hurry up and refine the secret treasure. After that, go and carry out the mission. Blade Emperor solemnly said, Our subordinates will send all sorts of intelligence to you. As for how you are going to search and investigate, it's up to you. Within the Void Castle, Dongbua Shueing had been in closed-door cultivation for 9 years before he completely refined the 12 primal beads. Naturally, he had also eaten all 100,000 Origin World rocks during this 9 years. I'm leaving. On that day, Dongbua Shueing drank and bid farewell to some of his good friends. They were practically all friends he had been familiar with for the past 20 billion years. Following that, he used an ultra-long-distance teleportation to leave the Void Castle. He began traversing the primal chaos, void, and the 3 great sacred worlds in search of those destruction devils that were hiding in the Void Castle. This mission did not have a time limit, and he would most likely spend a long time chasing after them. He would kill the weak ones, and he would invite cosmos gods to kill the strong ones. Naturally, Dongbua Shueing had arranged for 2 great incarnations to continue searching in the Lost World Corridor. Chapter 971. Myriad Ancient Sacred World. Within a grand ancient city, Shishan City, there were many cultivators. This was also the place where the primal chaos giant, forefather Shishan, established his religion. Many cultivators dreamed of becoming his disciple. Even if they could not do so with his protection, many cultivators were willing to stay here. In a restaurant, Dongbua Shueing, who was wearing a thick white robe, sat by a corner. He was seated alone at a table. On the table were some famous dishes and wine. Even though he was eating, he was frowning. This caused the waiter of the restaurant to ask, "Is it because the wine and the dishes are not to your liking? You should withdraw first." Dongbo Shui Ing ordered. The waiter naturally withdrew and no longer asked. Dongbo Shui Ing remained frowning. How should I investigate? How should I investigate the destruction devils who are hiding in the city? The three great sacred worlds were fully supporting him. Currently, a large amount of intelligence had been sent to Dongbo Shuang. But looking at the vast amount of intelligence, Dongbo Shuang understood that it was very difficult to find the destruction devils who were hiding in the city. Cosmos gods had many techniques, and the organizations under them were quite powerful too. They were spread across various places, but they could not capture the destruction devils who were hiding in the city even once. Not even once. And now that he was looking at the intelligence, Dongbo Shuang understood the reason. He is too vigilant and he is too strong. Dongbo Shuang thought. There were a total of 9 primal chaos giants who were confirmed to have been killed by the destruction devils. Over the long years, there would only be 1 primal chaos giant every trillion years on average. Most of their massacres were targeted at relatively weaker forces, such as the small forces that were ruled by Unity Realm experts. Such organizations were as many as the hairs on a cow. It was normal for them to be destroyed by Devour-class devils. Thus, it was not eye-catching for the destruction devils to act. There are more than 100 instances of smaller organizations being devoured and killed by the destruction devils. In addition to the vast primal chaos void, it was too common for small organizations to be destroyed. There were even more cases where the destruction devils were not discovered. It was possible for it to happen several thousand times. Instead, he would only target primal chaos realm 9 times, because the fall of a primal chaos giant was a huge matter. Every fall would shake the world and attract cosmos gods to investigate the matter. It was something that could not be concealed. On the contrary, it was very common for small forces to be destroyed. Dealing against a primal chaos giant would only happen once every trillion years. It is too long. It is more appropriate for me to investigate the various small organizations. Dongbo Shuang pondered. Furthermore, the places guarded by primal chaos giants are much tighter, and the destruction devils might be exposed if they are slightly careless. They're also more likely to live in remote places. The destruction devils seem to have a technique to perceive the strength of cultivators. They could even perceive the concealed aura of cosmos gods. If that's the case, then we'll use the stupidest method to track them down. Dongbo Shui pondered for a while and decided on his own strategy based on what he was good at. His own defenses, secret treasures, and ultra-long distance teleportation could only guarantee him a certain degree of survival when he chased after the destruction devils. As for investigating, Shuang had to have a strategy. Otherwise, trying to find those destruction devils who specialized in concealing their strength and aura in the vast primal chaos void was like searching for a needle in a haystack. After deciding on his strategy in his heart, Dongbo Shuang revealed a grin. He began eating leisurely. After finishing the delicacies in front of him, he paid for the food and wine before walking out of the restaurant. Just as he left the restaurant and walked on the wide street, the edge of Dongbo Shuang's mouth curved into a grin. An enormous illusory realm immediately enveloped this huge city spanning 5 million kilometers. The livestock and beasts within the city, the trillion cultivators, and even that Forefather River Mountain had all fallen into the illusory realm. Forefather River Mountain was ultimately an expert at the 7th floor of Star Tower. His realm was not too high, and his heart temperament was considered ordinary. Even though he was barely able to maintain a strand of consciousness, he knew who he was. His consciousness was not completely blinded, but he could not struggle out of the environment. At this moment, This huge city had completely fallen into the illusory realm. Only one person was awake. The thick white robe Dongbua Shue shook his head softly as he walked on the street. Everyone in the Shi Mountain City has fallen into the illusory realm. According to the intelligence, the destruction devils that infiltrated in should be extremely powerful. They should not fall into it so easily, and even if they did, they should not have no reaction towards the Lost World Corridor and the destruction devils. According to his deductions, there should not be any destruction devils within the Shi Mountain City. Next location. As Dongbua Shueing walked, the void in front of him distorted. He took a step and disappeared. The illusory realm that enveloped the Shi Mountain City had completely disappeared. Everyone regained their consciousness. Those who had their consciousness blinded had forgotten everything that happened within the illusory realm. Only that forefather River Mountain retained his memories of what happened within the illusory realm. Illusory realm? I fell into the illusory realm for a breath of time? Forefather River Mountain felt a chill down his spine. He immediately scouted the entire Shi Mountain City. He felt slightly uneasy in his heart, yet he did not dare to investigate further. After all, the other party could instantly make him fall into the illusory realm without being able to struggle out. Killing him was as easy as lifting a hand. This was one of the nations within the vast Eastern Unicorn, sacred world. There were many cultivators living within the city of this nation. At this moment, the illusory realm enveloped the entire nation. A white-robed male walked out of the illusory realm. There are still no destruction devils here, but there are quite a few members of the ancient sacred religion. Very soon, the moment this piece of news was reported upwards, the Eastern Unicorn sacred world would naturally arrange for experts to deal with it. That's right, this was Dongbua Shueing's strategy. It was a seemingly foolish method to investigate every single place without any pattern by relying on ultra-long distance teleportation. Dongbua Shueing could casually head to any location within the three great sacred worlds. He could even head to some land within the vast primal chaos void, and he would be enveloped by an enormous illusory realm. In his opinion, the powerful destruction devils should be able to escape from the illusory realm. Furthermore, the illusory realm he formed had guided part of the information regarding the destruction devils. If the destruction devils had fallen into the illusory realm, they should have been exposed. It's a pity that he failed time and time again. The number of destruction devils that infiltrated into the three great sacred worlds and the primal chaos void were too vast. Even though Dongbua Shueing's illusory realm covered an entire city, he did not discover any destruction devils at all. Instead, it was the ancient sacred religion and ancestor mother religion that had been discovered by Dongbua Shueing due to his tireless investigation. He even specially went to some desolate places to investigate, allowing him to discover quite a few members of the ancient sacred religion and ancestor mother religion. This caused the two great religions to suffer losses one after another. What is happening? Why are we exposed again? The two great religions were slightly puzzled. Nevertheless, not many knew about Dongbua Shueing's tireless investigation. After all, most small organizations would only have Unity Realm experts. How could they remain conscious under the illusory realm of Dongbua Shueing? After the illusory realm, they would no longer remember anything. Naturally, the two great religions could not find out the reason. Time passed. Dongbua Shueing searched for the destruction devils. His footprints were all over the place, and in the blink of an eye, more than 2 billion years had passed. Chapter 972. Dongbua Shueing was like an ascetic monk walking around, casting illusory realms time after time. In reality, his soul was strong, and his realm was high. Casting illusory realms, he only needed to use 1% of his heart force to deal with them. Most of his thoughts were focused on cultivation. Every time he cast an illusory realm, 1 trillion life forms would fall into it. Every life form would trigger different transformations in the illusory realm, allowing Dongbua Shueing to have a new understanding of the Tao of mirage. Ascetic cultivation was also a form of cultivation. 7-star Oceanic Sacred World, Moon Phoenix Nation. The Moon Phoenix Nation was a nation with a long history. The previous king was cruel and ruthless. He was not popular among the people. Many cultivators were not convinced in the dark, but it was a world where the strong ruled. The cultivators in the nation could only endure. Later on, the current king appeared. As he had enmity with the previous king, he killed his way into the royal palace and killed the previous king. After that, he was appointed as the new king. From then on, the Moon Phoenix Nation had a better life. Firstly, the king was stronger. It was rumored that he was at the peak of the 4th level star pagoda standard. Secondly, the king had a good temperament. He loved to cultivate and would enter closed-door cultivation whenever he was free. The commoners in the city naturally liked such a king. Hong Long. The cultivation room door opened. The current Moon Phoenix King was thin and tall. He was handsome and had a pair of long and narrow eyes. He was slightly bewitching. Even though he was a male, he gave off a slight charm. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. The female attendants in the palace naturally bowed respectfully when they saw the king. Moon Phoenix King chuckled and nodded. He ordered, "Prepare yourself. I want to take a bath." Yes. The maids in the palace were all quite happy because the current king's temper was indeed very good. He was also very gentle to the maids. Moon Phoenix King walked alone. He came to a high place in the royal palace. He leaned on the railing and looked at the waning moon in the sky. He chuckled. Xiao! He immediately flew into the sky and disappeared. In another desolate little nation, far away from the Moon Phoenix Nation, there was a city that occupied an area of about 2.5 million kilometers. The size of the city did not represent how strong or weak it was, because some Unity Realm experts dared to construct cities that spanned over 5 million kilometers or even tens of millions of kilometers. However, if it was too huge the moment it suffered a sneak attack from a devil, Unity Realm experts would not be able to protect it perfectly, just like the 13 primal chaos cities under the Great Void Heaven Temple. Every single one of them was only a few 100 million miles in size. Even the Holy Lands did not dare to build them too big. They could afford to build them, but they could not protect them. Wasn't that a joke? For cultivators, it was not difficult to build a city, no matter how large it was. What was difficult was to be able to protect it and ensure its safety. Moon Phoenix King appeared in the sky above this nation and looked down. The number of people living in the city within a radius of 5 million kilometers was not considered high. It was only about 1/3 of the number of people living in the Moon Phoenix Nation. However, the number of people living there was still in the hundreds of millions. It has been a long time since I tasted delicacies. Moon Phoenix Monarch chuckled. Invisible waves spread out and instantly enveloped the entire country below. In an instant, all the people in the country had their power sealed. They couldn't speak, nor could they send messages to the outside world. Come on. The Moon Phoenix King stretched out his hand. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Countless citizens flew up and flew into the sleeves of the Moon Phoenix King. Very soon, the entire kingdom below became empty. There were no living beings at all. It had become a purely empty city. An hour later, Moon Phoenix King returned to the royal palace. The water in the bathing pool had long been heated up. Everyone retreat. Yes, the female attendants all retreated. Moon Phoenix King lay alone in the bathing pool. He had a smile on his face and felt relaxed. Being a king of a nation in the world of cultivators is truly comfortable. Woo-woo, there's also my delicacies. He waved his hand, causing many tiny figures to appear. He opened his mouth and sucked in. A terrifying, devouring force appeared, causing those tiny figures to fly into his mouth without any resistance. Many of the tiny figures revealed a horrified expression. They were even screaming out, yet they could not make any sound at all. Chi, 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 Moon Phoenix King casually chewed and swallowed them. He revealed a look of enjoyment on his face. Even though I've broken free from the control of the desire to destroy, I'm ultimately still a destruction devil. The feeling of devouring cultivators is truly too comfortable. Moon Phoenix King was enjoying himself. That was how he was. Occasionally he would go out and capture all the citizens of a nation alive. Occasionally he would eat some, and when he finished he would go out and capture them again. Given his strength, it was impossible for him to leave behind any traces. The cultivators could not ascertain whether it was the destruction devils or some devour-class evil devil who did it. After all, he was the king of the destruction devils. To those desolate little nations, he was too powerful. He was so powerful that they could not resist at all. That hex cultivation scripture is too complicated. It's easy to cultivate the devour class, but it's a pity that it isn't suitable for us destruction devils. Moon Phoenix King shook his head inwardly. He pondered over the scripture which he had read before entering closed-door cultivation. To them, the laws and profound mystery system and the hex cultivation system were of great help to them. They could even evolve their talents, but it was too difficult to cultivate them. Moon Phoenix Nation. Dongbua Shui Ing first relied on ultra-long distance teleportation to arrive at a place slightly further away from the Moon Phoenix Nation. He then teleported closer to the nation. He did the same every time he went to investigate. He did not dare to use ultra-long distance teleportation to reach his destination because he would be discovered by the destruction devils. They would flee in fright. Teleportation was extremely common. Moon Phoenix Nation. Dongbua Shui Ing could already see this nation city in the distance. He did not care too much about it since he had yet to find a single destruction devil after searching for more than 2 billion years. The world was too big and there were too few destruction devils. It was indeed hard to find them. Even though Dongbua Shui Ing was rushing over, 99% of his thoughts were on cultivation. Taking a step, Dongbua Shui Ing arrived above the Moon Phoenix Nation. At the same time, he sent down a huge illusory realm with great familiarity. The illusory realm was so big that it easily enveloped the entire Moon Phoenix Nation. At this moment, many civilians within the Moon Phoenix Nation had fallen into the illusory realm. Even the livestock that were being reared had fallen into the illusory realm. The entire Moon Phoenix Nation became extremely quiet. Even the heavily guarded Moon Phoenix Nation Royal Palace had its guards and female attendants falling into the illusory realm. The entire place was silent. There was only Moon Phoenix King who was lying there. Previously, he was leisurely being fed wine and fruits by the female attendants. At this moment, all the female attendants by his side had fallen into the illusory realm. The expression of Moon Phoenix King changed slightly. He immediately looked up. His vision penetrated through the wall and saw that white-robed young man in midair. Similarly, Dongbua Shui Ing also discovered this Moon Phoenix King, because he was the only person in the entire Moon Phoenix Nation who did not fall into the illusory realm. Who is he? According to the intelligence, Moon Phoenix King is merely at the Unity Realm and has not even reached the 5th level star pagoda strength. Why isn't he affected by my illusory realm at all? Dongbua Shui Ing revealed a joyous look. It might be possible that he had finally discovered a destruction devil. Ha ha ha, laughter sounded. A pitch-black, enormous mouth suddenly appeared in the sky above the entire Moon Phoenix Nation. This mouth was even bigger than the entire nation city. The insides of this mouth were pitch-black and bottomless. It engulfed the entire city and Shuang. Have you discovered me? Cultivator, I really have to congratulate you. The laughter was still reverberating by the ears of Dongbua Shui. Absorb. Dongbua Shui could not help but change his expression when he saw that incomparably enormous mouth appearing above him. That enormous mouth abruptly sucked downwards, causing the entire city below to distort and shatter. Many sentient beings were crushed too. That terrifying devouring force also acted on the body of Dongbua Shuang. Not good, it's a cosmos god. Dongbua Shuang was greatly frightened. Who would have thought that the first destruction devil he discovered was actually a cosmos god? Chapter 973. The mouth above was bigger than the entire city. With a single gulp, its target was still Dongbua Shuang. Just because it affected a large area, the Moon Phoenix Nation was completely destroyed. Before this, many beings in the Moon Phoenix Nation had fallen into the illusory realm created by Dongbua Shuang. When they were killed, they were still within the illusory realm, and they did not feel any pain. 1. Dongbua Shuang was so frightened that his heart trembled. He did not hesitate to activate his 2 secret treasures. The 12 primal beads, bracelet, and 3-colored layered cloud were activated. One could see many layers of light covering Dongbua Shuang. There were a total of 12 layers. The surface of his body was emitting a golden light. There was even a layer of blue light protecting him. Clearly, he had activated his survival technique to the limit. Chi chi chi. On the surface, it looked like an enormous mouth was swallowing. In reality, there were 2 silvery white hands reaching out from the void. Nevertheless, Dongbua Shuang seemed to be standing in midair, yet he was hidden within the illusory realm. Those 2 silvery white hands could only forcefully permeate through the illusory realm. When they touched the 12 layers of light, this killing move that was determined to succeed could barely break through the outermost layer of light. Die. That pair of hands covered in silver-white scales furiously swatted at him. Go. Dongbua Shuang did not dare to hesitate. His perception of the void was extremely formidable. That was why he could discover an enormous monster currently hiding within the void. It was like a silkworm cocoon. The enormous mouth that appeared in midair was merely a mouth on the head of the insect cocoon. Those 2 silvery white scaled hands were the frontmost hands of the 12 densely packed hands. This was an extremely ugly monster, but after looking at it, Shuang instinctively felt fear. He vaguely understood that this fear represented that if he were to face such a monster with his current combat power, he would be in danger of dying. Fortunately, he had 2 external secret treasures with him. He could hold on for a moment or 2 when facing against Jie and Wu. Facing this monster, he could hold on for a longer period. Who would have thought that I would meet a cosmos god? But at least I have found a big fish. Dongbua Shuang hesitated no more. With a thought, the void beside him started to distort. He took a step forward and disappeared into the distorted void. Super long-distance escape? The huge monster was furious, but it also left silently in an instant, because he was clear that since he was exposed, there would be cultivator cosmos gods rushing over soon. In less than a breath's time, the surrounding void shook and distorted again. A black-robed, green-haired man appeared. He calmly scanned his surroundings. He was the void primogenitor who had rushed over after receiving Dongbua Shuang's message. He was the fastest one to arrive. If other cosmos gods wanted to rush over, they would have to seek help from other primal chaos existences who knew how to teleport through an ultra-long distance. The Moon Phoenix Nation wasn't some special location, and without a spatial marker, the teleportation would result in a huge deviation. Sending a message, asking for help to teleport, or rushing if there was a large deviation would take a long time. Void, primogenitor who knew the ultra-long distance great teleportation could be the fastest to arrive. But he was still too slow. The enemy was escaping too quickly. Actually, Void primogenitor understood that given the escaping capabilities of the Destruction Devil Kings, he could not stop them even if he could catch up. Damn. Void primogenitor looked downwards. The vast land spanning more than 50 million kilometers had been affected. Not a single sentient being survived. Looking at the desolation, Void primogenitor was filled with pity for the ordinary sentient beings. Damn destruction devils! The eyes of Void Primogenitor were filled with killing intent. On a piece of desolate land, there was a chain of mountain ranges in the distance. There was a religion located within. Moon Phoenix, king, appeared on this piece of land. He walked by himself with a slight frown. He muttered, "I have actually been discovered." The kings who sneaked in. This was the first time he was discovered. How could there be such a coincidence? That Dongbua Shui-ing suddenly unleashed his illusory realm, enveloping the entire Moon Phoenix nation, and coincidentally enveloping me too? Moon Phoenix, King muttered inwardly. The arrival of Dongbua Shui-ing was too sudden. The moment he arrived, he unleashed his illusory realm, and he did not have the time to evade. Furthermore, under normal circumstances, he disdained from evading primal chaos existences. He believed that with his aura concealment technique, he would not be exposed. But Dongbua Shui-ing unleashed his illusory realm. Other weaker sentient beings had fallen into the illusory realm. He was a cosmos god, and he would naturally not fall into it. Yet he was exposed because of that. Why did he suddenly unleash his illusory realm? Unless I revealed a flaw, and he came specially to investigate? Not right. If I revealed a flaw, it wouldn't be him who came to investigate. Instead, it would be a group of cosmos gods who laid down an inescapable net. Moon Phoenix King shook his head. If he doesn't know that I am here, why would he unleash his illusory realm? Unless this Dongbua Shui-ing is cultivating and testing out his technique? Is he testing out his moves? Moon Phoenix Monarch guessed. He felt that this was possible, because it was normal for cultivators to comprehend their own Tao as they roamed the world. It was normal for Dongbua Shui-ing to unleash his illusory realm on all sentient beings in a nation to test out his technique. I'm so unlucky to be discovered by him. Moon Phoenix King felt unhappy. All kings had come to the cultivation world, yet he was the first to be discovered. Void Castle within a secret palace hall. Many cosmos gods from the side of the cultivators were here, though most of them were incarnations. At this moment, they were all looking at Dongbua Shui-ing. A cosmos god, realm destruction devil? Are you certain? Blade Emperor looked at Dongbua Shui-ing. Even though several cosmos gods had gone to the Moon Phoenix Nation to investigate, they knew that a terrifying battle had happened previously. But because the reversal of time was interfered with, they could not find out what happened that time. They could only ask Dongbua Shui-ing. He is definitely a cosmos god. Dongbua Shui-ing solemnly said. He was so strong, even Black Emperor and Primal Chaos Hall Master could not give him much pressure at all. On the other hand, that terrifying monster made him feel the threat of death. This is the true appearance of that monster. Dongbua Shui-ing waved his hand, causing a scene to appear by the side. It was the appearance of that ugly monster. It had a silkworm cocoon-like body, and its head was ugly too. It had 12 arms, and its entire body, including its hands, was covered in dense silver scales. This is the appearance of Moon Phoenix King. Dongbua Shui-ing said. A humanoid figure appeared by the side. It's him. The previous time when we attacked the spatial barrier, he even acted. The expressions of Blade Emperor, Devil Mountain Primogenitor, and others changed at that moment. They had fought before. Hence, they were certain that this cosmos god was one of the kings on the side of the destruction devils. After that, the incredibly powerful Emperor June appeared, causing the other kings to not act anymore. They would only lend a hand occasionally before retreating. During the process of retreating, he did not act again. During the retreat, that person called Emperor June appeared, and quite a few kings did not act again. He is currently in the 7-star Oceanic Sacred World. The group of cosmos gods present had solemn expressions. They could confirm that there was indeed a cosmos god existence amidst the destruction devils. This was also a harvest, since it was just a conjecture previously. And now they were completely sure. But what made them not willing to believe was that one of the kings who attacked the spatial barrier previously actually appeared in the 7-star Oceanic Sacred World. This proved that the other party had stealthily passed through the spatial barrier. Chapter 974. How could this be? All the cosmos gods present felt a myriad of emotions in their hearts. Even though they had some guesses, they were certain that the other party had escaped the previous time they attacked. The spatial barrier could not defend against the other party at all. This was something they could not accept, because the spatial barrier was perfect in their opinion. Dongbua, you have done well this time. You allowed us to ascertain that there are indeed destruction, devil cosmos gods hiding. The spatial barrier does have some loopholes. Wu Zu turned to Dongbua Shueing. Do you have any other discoveries? Nothing else. Dongbua Shueing shook his head. I did not dare to stay any longer at that time and immediately escaped. MN, it is not bad for you to reap such a harvest in such a short period. You should continue investigating. Wu Zu said. Dongbua Shueing knew that the cosmos gods would most likely be discussing how to fill up the loopholes and how to deal against the kings of the destruction devils. But this was not something he could do. With his current realm, he could only escape if he met a destruction devil king. These existences were born to destroy. The kings amongst them were extremely frightening. In terms of destructive techniques, they were stronger than most cosmos gods. Shueing could at least escape with his life. Other 9th-level star pagoda existences might not be able to escape if they met. This was also the reason why he was chosen to carry out this mission, because he understood ultra-long distance teleportation. Xiu, the space by the side of Dongbua Shueing distorted. He took a step before tearing through the void, and within this palace hall, the group of cosmos god incarnations began researching on countermeasures. To the ancient cultivators, 100 million years was an extremely short period. It was normal for them to enter closed-door cultivation for more than 10 billion years. After all, destroying a cosmos wasn't something difficult for them. Dongbua Shueing continued traveling around the world. He used the most foolish method to envelop the entire cosmos with his illusory realm. There were indeed very few destruction devils that sneaked in, because those who could enter, other than the 2 generals who had the shadowless talent, were either cosmos gods or golden-armored destruction devils who had a strong heart temperament and were at the peak of the 8th or 9th level in strength, because those with a weaker heart temperament would not be able to resist killing and destroying. The more they killed, the easier it would be for them to be exposed. Moreover, if one had a weak mind, the possibility of breaking through to the monarch realm would be extremely low. Hence, those destruction devils who were chosen and were fortunate enough to enter the cultivator's world were absolute elites. The majority of them were determined to have the hope of breaking through to become a king. Few in number, and cautious, it was naturally difficult for Dongbua Shueing to find them. Another 20 billion years passed in the blink of an eye. This was a religion that occupied a relatively vast area. There were many disciples, and the sect master was also a great expert at the 5th-level star pagoda strength. On this day, as the sun rose, a thin layer of mist shrouded the entire sect. However, a gigantic black flower bud appeared in the sky above the sect. The black flower bud had countless petals, forming a total of 38 flowers of destruction. The reason why Dongbua Shueing was able to unleash so many flowers of destruction was due to the strength of his soul and the advancement of his cultivation base. Trying to escape? In a white robe, Dongbua Shueing was standing in midair, looking at a golden-armored devilish being who had already revealed his true appearance, trapped within the layers of black flower buds. Open, open, open. That golden-armored, devilish devil wielded his sharp blade and hacked at the black flower bud, yet he could only cut apart a dozen of them. Furthermore, the moment he finished, new flowers of destruction would form, maintaining a total of 38 flowers. A crimson stream of light penetrated through the layers of flower buds, killing its way into the innermost region. It was a golden-armored, devilish devil covered in crimson light. With a wave of his hand, he kept his comrade, following after. Xiao! His body turned into a crimson stream of light. His entire body turned into a weapon that tore apart the flowers of destruction. Even though Dongbua Shui-ing hurriedly unleashed the flowers of destruction, the other party was too fast. He instantly penetrated through the layers of obstructions and charged out. The moment he charged to a distance away, his body would immediately scatter, turning into many golden lights that flew in all directions. Dongbua Shui-ing did not know which one he should chase after. After escaping further away, those golden lights had all teleported away. I let them escape. Dongbua Shui-ing was slightly vexed. All the cultivators of the sect below had fallen into an illusion. Even though there were some disturbances from the battle earlier, everything was under Dongbua Shui-ing's control, so they were not affected. This time, I discovered 2 golden-armored devilish devils. One should be at the 9th level, while the other is slightly weaker, probably at the peak of the 8th level. Dongbua Shui-ing inwardly deduced. That 9th level devilish devil was unable to stop him from the start. I even gave up on him and focused on capturing the weaker, golden-armored devilish devil alive. Who would have thought that he managed to save his comrade? Sigh, I can only say that my flowers of destruction are still not powerful enough. Dongbua Shui-ing shook his head. Even though his soul had become stronger and his cultivation had reached a higher level, allowing him to unleash 38 flowers of destruction at once. If 19 flowers of destruction could barely touch the edge of the 9th level, then 38 flowers of destruction could barely be considered as a 9th level technique. And this was only in terms of offensive power. In terms of binding, it could not even restrain a 9th level golden-armored devilish devil. Until now, I have yet to create the 3rd style of the flowers of destruction. Dongbua Shui-ing shook his head, unwilling to give up. After all, it had been more than 20 billion years since he left the Void Castle. During this long period of time, he had spent most of his time on creating the 3rd style of the flowers of destruction. If he could create it, then he would truly have a 9th level technique. At that time, he would not be helpless against those 9th level golden-armored devilish devils. Unfortunately, he had yet to create it. Let's go. Dongbua Shui-ing looked down at the sect that was bathed in the morning mist. Countless cultivators in the sect were still trapped in the illusion. Dongbua Shui-ing put away the illusion and disappeared into thin air. The cultivators in the sect returned to normal. They did not even know what had just happened. However, some of the inner disciples realized that 2 of their fellow sect members were missing. In the following days of investigation, the situation was clearly worse. A king was discovered, and the other 2 golden-armored devilish devils were discovered too. They were all caused by the illusory realm cast by Dongbua Shui-ing. The destruction devils were not foolish. They immediately guessed that this cultivator who could cast an illusory realm and escape through an ultra-long distance, Dongbua Shui-ing, was most likely chasing after them. Naturally, the higher-ups, the kings, gave out orders to the other golden-armored devilish devils who were hiding in the sect. This led to Dongbua Shui-ing, for a long period of time, did not find anything. He could not even find a single golden-armored devilish devil hiding in the sect. Time passed. Dongbua Shui-ing traveled across the 3 great sacred worlds and the primal chaos void. Even though he could no longer find any traces of the destruction devils, his accumulations in his cultivation had become deeper. On this day, he arrived at a primal chaos land. He easily killed a huge devil that was wreaking havoc in the entire primal chaos land. Just as he was enjoying the unique delicacies of this primal chaos land, he casually waved his hand, causing a 9-petaled flower to condense in the illusory world by the side. Shui-ing had cultivated and traveled across many places. He would often try out what he comprehended in his heart. He had tried it many times in the past, But this time, when Shui Ying displayed it, he felt his soul trembling. That was a kind of beauty, just like when he created the first style of the destruction flower at the Unity Realm. Shui Ying felt a sense of absolute beauty. It was the same this time. At the moment he displayed it, he did not even need to look and knew that he had succeeded. Dongbua Shui Ying turned around. Within the illusory realm by the side, there was a 9-petaled flower swaying in the wind. It was beautiful and flawless. Chapter 975. On the peak of the ice peak, there were many delicacies placed on a table cut out of ice. They were all teleported over by Dongbua Shui Ying from several cities on this primal chaos land. Naturally, he would leave some treasures for those restaurants since he would not let them suffer a loss. TSK, TSK, TSK. Placing down the ice crystal wine cup in his hand, Dongbua Shui Ying looked at that elegant 9-petaled flower that formed in the illusory realm. It was different from the previous 3-petaled and 6-petaled flowers that seemed to contain endless destruction. This 9-petaled flower was comparatively more ordinary. If one carefully experienced it, one could vaguely feel how vast and boundless the concept contained within this 9-petaled flower was. It was like a vast cosmos. That's right, in Dongbua Shui Ying's estimation, the third and final style of the destruction flower absolute art, the 9-petaled flower, had reached the cosmos god level in certain aspects. A flower is a cosmos. If I continue walking down this path, I would break through to the cosmos god realm. Dongbua Shui Ying thought. But clearly this path is practically a dead end, because this flower was formed by fusing the profound mysteries of the Tao of Mirage and Tao of Slaughter. If one wanted to follow this path to the cosmos god realm, the requirement for both Taos was too high. Instead, one would rather follow this path and research. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets myriad existences. Everything had a source. Researching along a Tao, for instance, Dongbua Shui Ying planned to research along the path he specialized in, the Tao of Mirage. The Tao of Mirage was the core Tao. It begets 1, and eventually the myriad existences. If one cultivated a heterogeneous Tao from the start, it would be too difficult for one to fuse them together to become a cosmos god. Forefather Tianyu, Sword Master, Void Primogenitor, Blade Emperor, and other cosmos gods followed this path and cut their way to the furthest point. Thus, relatively speaking, creating the 9-petaled flower was firstly to create a formidable killing move that would allow one to become stronger. After all, cultivators had to be strong enough to protect themselves. Only then could they walk further down the Tao path. Secondly, it was also to temper himself. During this process, it would be a form of tempering for his temperament, soul, and comprehension. It would allow him to have a deeper understanding of the Tao of Mirage, and his foundation would naturally become deeper. After cultivating for over 100 billion years, I finally comprehended a 9th-level technique. Dongbua Shui Ying's youthful face revealed a complicated expression. It was a move of the 9th layer. This was what he truly relied on, a move that could allow him to fight against cosmos gods. Just like before, in terms of attack, there were many flowers stacked together. In terms of defense, the Imperial Dragon Legacy had reached the 9th revolution, and it also had voidification, allowing one to hide in an illusory world. He also had 2 secret treasures to protect him, which was why his defense was slightly better. He could not even stop the slightly stronger golden-armored destruction devils. Previously, when he fought with a cosmos god, he had to rely on his secret treasures to resist and escape. He did not have any means to resist at all. It's finally different. Dongbua Shui Ying extended his right hand, causing the 9-petaled flower to descend from nothingness into reality. But its descent was extremely slow. Inch by inch, it turned into reality. The surrounding world energy was surging over, causing many cultivators on this primal chaos land to feel puzzled. With such a huge disturbance, was there another danger brewing? After all, Dongbua Shuang had just killed a great devil and saved the entire primal chaos land. Many cultivators rushed over to the origin of the surging world energy. They tore through the void and rushed over, but as they got closer, they would fall into an illusory realm before walking back. They could not get close to the origin of the world energy at all. A full half a day later, for the sake of not affecting this great land, the 9-petaled flower only descended into reality after half a day. Truly beautiful. Dongbua Shuang looked at the 9-petaled flower in his hand. The leaves and flower buds were tender and tender. Water droplets flowed about, and every water droplet seemed to contain a world of its own. Only by relying on this will I be qualified to compete with Xing, Hu Emperor, and heart imitation religious master. Dongbua Shuang waved his hand, causing the interior of the 9-petaled flower to collapse. A distorted black hole could vaguely be seen before it disappeared. Dongbua Shuang immediately enjoyed the delicacies. After finishing, he floated away from this primal chaos land. After grasping the 9-petaled flower, Dongbua Shuang continued traveling in all directions. He went to many places, but the devils in many regions were truly unlucky. At times, they were still in closed-door cultivation, and at other times they were enjoying the beauties, yet they were killed soundlessly. Dongbua Shuang was clearly someone who saw injustice and casually killed the devils. Given his temperament, he could not bear to see those devils. It was fine if he did not see them, but since he saw them, he would naturally do something about them. Hence, it was hard to discover the destruction devils, but all sorts of evil beings were killed by him. It is really hard to find them. Where are these destruction devils hiding at? It had been 80 billion years since Shuang left the Void Castle. Other than discovering traces of cosmos gods and golden armor destruction devils at the start of the pursuit, he did not discover any more, unless they are hiding in some desolate places. They don't dare to appear in some superpowers anymore. Dongbua Shuang guessed inwardly. It was also because of this guess that he went to some desolate, primal chaos lands or deep within some mountain ranges. Regardless, the moment he peeped through the black fog spherical holes and discovered a location where many sentient beings were gathered, he would directly descend into his illusory realm. If he only targeted the superpowers, but to Dongbua Shuang, it was not difficult. If he were to search through all the desolate places, with how vast the primal chaos void was, he would only be able to search through a small portion even after 1 trillion years. This is myriad ancient sacred world. On the vast desert, a white-robed young man was walking in the desert. He peeped through the black fog spherical holes and discovered a seemingly ordinary castle palace deep within the barren mountains. At first glance, it seemed to be the cavern dwelling of a cultivator, but Dongbua Shuang, he discovered that beneath the castle was a vast and serene place. It was a relatively huge superpower. Let's go and take a look. Dongbua Shuang took a step and teleported over. Teleportation was silent. By the time others discovered it, Shuang had already arrived. Ultra-long distance teleportation would usually be connected to a passage. Only when someone discovered the distorted void passage would they teleport over. To true experts, the moment they sensed the disturbance caused by the ultra-long distance teleportation, it would suffice for them to escape. Beneath this ordinary castle palace, there was a completely different world. Underground, there was a huge and towering structure. At the center of the structure was a black pagoda. The black pagoda was connected to the surface and underground palace. Ha ha ha, Brother Chu Guang, what do you think of my life-death pagoda? A bald, burly man laughed proudly. He and an old man were sitting opposite each other. They were drinking and having fun, and there were beauties waiting on them. The two of them could easily see through the walls of the black pagoda and see the situation within. The interior of this pagoda was incredibly huge. It had a total of 18 floors. The first floor was also the lowest floor. Billions of cultivators were imprisoned here. The power of heaven and earth was completely isolated here. These cultivators could not absorb any energy to survive. As time passed, they would continuously weaken. However, they could choose to engage in a life-and-death battle. Two cultivators of the same cultivation realm could engage in a life-and-death battle. If one died, the other could enter the second floor. There were much fewer cultivators in the second floor. They had all come here after going through a life-and-death battle. Want to enter the third floor? Similarly, they would have to engage in a life-and-death battle. If one died, the other could advance. So on and so forth. One floor after another, there were a total of 18 floors. On the 18th floor, they would engage in another life-and-death battle. If they survived, they could leave the life-death pagoda. Leave alive. This was the gift of the Blood Cloud Pagoda Master. Interesting. Haha, truly interesting. The old man by the side laughed loudly. Brother Blood Cloud, you are truly benevolent. These people that offended you, you did not kill them directly. Instead, you gave them a chance to live. There is always a chance of survival in the world. I naturally have to follow it and give them a chance of survival. The bald, burly man laughed. The old man muttered inwardly. The Blood Cloud Pagoda Master was a devour-type demon. Yet he intentionally gave them a chance of survival. Chapter 976. Second night. Brother Shuiyin, I've heard that there is a golden sand venomous frog with you. I specialize in hex poison, and I require this golden sand venomous frog. The old man chuckled. Sure, sure. The bald-headed male laughed while rubbing his head. 50 Origin World rocks, you can take it. The two began bargaining. Finally, the old man paid 32 Origin World rocks before leaving with the golden sand venomous frog. The bald-headed male passionately sent them off. He sent them all the way out of the palace on the surface before returning underground. Big brother, that hex cultivator actually dared to come to our place. A black-robed girl welcomed him. At the same time, she sneered, if not for the sake of concealing his identity, I would have eaten him whole. You only know how to eat, eat. It isn't easy to conceal one's identity. The bald-headed male roared. Right now, that person called Dongbua Shueing has been searching for us. The 3 great sacred worlds are supporting him fully. If we were to reveal any flaws, we would be listed as targets of suspicion by the 3 great sacred worlds. They would pass the intelligence to that Dongbua Shueing, and I believe he would come to our place to investigate. Even though that Dongbua Shueing's strength is ordinary and can't threaten me, if he were to discover us, then this comfortable life would be over. You better bear with it and follow my rules. If you were to spoil the matter, humph, you can just find other generals to help you. Yes, I understand, big brother. The black-robed girl immediately chuckled. The kings had already given their orders. All peak 8th level golden armored destruction devils had to follow a 9th level expert. Because, judging from Dongbua Shueing's strength, it was impossible for Dongbua Shueing to obstruct 9th level experts. And this bald-headed male was transformed from a 9th level golden armored destruction devil. The bald-headed male suddenly turned towards the life-death pagoda by the side. There's finally going to be a life-and-death battle on the 18th level. It seems there will be a fortunate fellow who can leave alive. Within the life-death pagoda, 18th level, a young man and an old man were currently fighting. Both were void gods at the origin birth realm. Die! Accompanied by a roar, the young man finally tore through the void with a punch, penetrating through the old man's chest and shattering his body. After that, he continued to attack, causing the void in this area to tremble unceasingly. Finally, the old man was completely annihilated. We won. Only then did the teenager sit down. He was too tired. I'm finally go to leave the life and death tower alive. The young man clenched his fist. Father, big brother, I'm coming back. I'm coming back to see you. This period of time was simply a nightmare. He left home and came out to roam the world. Who would have thought that when he passed by a tribe to buy some items, this tribe offended the Blood Cloud Pagoda Master? The entire tribe was captured alive and thrown into the Life-Death Pagoda, from the lowest level of the Life and Death Pagoda to the 18th level. How many cultivators would be able to leave this place alive? As for this youth, his innate talent was indeed extremely high. He could have broken through to the Unity realm long ago, but he didn't dare to do so, because the battles within the Life and Death Pagoda were battles between people of the same realm. Origin Birth Realm experts fought against Origin Birth Realm experts. Unity Realm experts fought against Unity Realm experts. In the entire Life and Death Pagoda, there weren't enough Unity Realm experts to continuously filter through the 18 levels. Hence, the moment one reached the Unity Realm, death was inevitable. Wang. A spatial fluctuation descended and enveloped the young man. The young man revealed a look of joy. Hometown, father, big brother, and the girl he had always been pursuing. Although he had pursued for a long period of time, the other party only treated him as a little brother. But if he could see her again, the young man would feel incomparably satisfied. Who? Space changed. Finally, he left the Life and Death Pagoda. In front of him was a huge palace hall. The young man looked at the palace hall in front of him. On the throne of the palace hall, a bald man was currently seated. The bald man grinned. Little brat, congratulations on passing the Life and Death Pagoda alive. Once you push open the door of the palace, you will regain your freedom. Many thanks, Blood Cloud Pagoda Master. The young man bowed respectfully. Although every single one of them who was imprisoned here had incomparable hatred towards the Blood Cloud Pagoda Master, but the myriad ancient sacred world had always been a place where the strong preyed on the weak. The strong reigned supreme. At this moment, the young man did not dare to show any disrespect for fear of losing his life. It's a pity that you no longer have the chance to push open the door of the palace. The bald man laughed, even more happily. The young man was startled. Let me tell you a secret. The bald man laughed delightedly. Every single person who leaves the Life and Death Pagoda will only have one outcome: being eaten by me. The young man's expression turned pale. No, no, his loved ones, that red-robed figure that he had always wanted to see again. Ha ha ha! The bald man laughed, even more carefree. He loved to see the expressions of those cultivators who thought they had escaped into the sky before falling into despair. No, the aura of the young man abruptly surged. He directly broke through from the Origin Birth Realm to the Unity Realm. At the same time, he began fleeing outwards. Do you think you can escape? The bald man chuckled. He was a 9th-level destruction devil. Much less these brats. Even primal chaos giants would only be sending themselves to death if they came in front of him. Suddenly, everything became quiet. The young man who was fleeing suddenly knocked against the palace door in a daze, causing the palace door to rumble. Nevertheless, the young man fell onto the ground in a daze and lost his consciousness. It was not just this young man. Many cultivators imprisoned in the Life and Death Pagoda and the many emissaries and servants had fallen into an illusory realm. Only 2 people could maintain their consciousness. One was the bald man, and the other was a black-robed girl. Dongbua Shueing. The expression of the bald man changed. Big brother. The black-robed girl even rushed into the palace hall. We have been discovered. Hurry up and leave. Go. The bald man might be furious and sullen. He did not place Dongbua Shueing in his eyes at all, but he knew that this person called Dongbua Shueing had a treasure given by the 3 great sacred worlds, and his survival capabilities were formidable. Being discovered by him was equivalent to being discovered by the 3 great sacred worlds. He had to leave. So, the bald man brought the black-robed girl and rushed out of the palace hall. An enormous 9-petaled black flower bud was incomparably huge. It had already enveloped the entire castle palace. When the bald man brought the black-robed girl out, he saw that they had already entered the interior of this enormous flower. Many crystalline black petals were translucent, and they could see through them. Outside, there was a white-robed young man standing in midair. He was none other than Dongbua Shuang. Hua hua hua. The black flower bud was stacked in layers. A huge 9-petaled flower enveloped the smaller 9-petaled flower within as such. A total of 7 9-petaled flowers were enveloped within. With such a powerful heart force, he could display 7 9-petaled flowers at the same time, with a huge help from the inheritance of cinnabar to his soul, and also because he had eaten a total of 200,000 Origin World rocks. You still want to obstruct me? The bald man laughed coldly as he suddenly rushed towards the huge, crystalline black flower bud. His fist transformed into a rainbow-colored whirlpool, and when it collided with the black flower bud, it tore it apart with great difficulty. However, it was only able to forcefully break through the first layer of the black flower bud. When it came into contact with the second layer, its momentum had already stopped. With a single thought from Dongbua Shuang, the power of heaven and earth surged to form a whirlpool. Another 9-petaled flower wrapped around the outermost layer. There were still 7 of them. How is this possible? The bald man did not dare to believe it. His all-out attack was actually only able to break through the first layer of the flower bud. He looked at the white-robed young man outside. This shouldn't be the case. This Dongbua Shuang was only good at preserving his life. How could he be a match for him in a head-on battle? He should be able to easily break through the flower bud. Why was he trapped inside this black flower bud? The most fatal thing was that even if his body transformed into golden light and fled in all directions, the black flower bud was still completely sealed. There was no way he could escape. Big brother. The black-robed girl by the side was slightly dazed. Even a 9th-level golden-armored destruction devil could not escape? He has become stronger. The bald man felt a chill in his heart. He vaguely understood that it was impossible for him to escape from this calamity. And in midair, outside the black flower bud, Dongbua Shuang stood in midair. He had already transmitted a message to the cosmos gods, informing them of the situation. Chapter 977. Hum. 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 The bald-headed male had already revealed his true body. He had turned into a tall and muscular, golden-armored destruction devil with a pair of horns. He seemed to be crazily bombarding the enormous, crystalline, black petal. Under his attacks, the black petal broke apart. But after breaking one layer, Dongbua Shuang would condense another layer. He was maintaining a total of 7 layers of 9-petaled flower almost all the time, causing the 2 golden-armored destruction devils to feel despair. As for that black-robed girl who had transformed into a graceful golden-armored destruction devil, even though she was attacking, she could not move the black petal at all. Wang. Dongbua Shuang sensed something and looked to the distance. The space there was warping. It's here, Dongbua Shuang thought. Not good. That horned golden-armored destruction devil revealed a furious look when he saw that. He roared into the sky. Hong, following that, his body completely shattered. And the graceful female, golden-armored destruction, devil by the side, also shattered unwillingly. Her soul was extinguished. Dongbua Shuang's expression changed when he saw that they actually committed suicide. Even though he could trap the other party with his current strength, it was still difficult for him to capture them. Who would have thought that the moment an ultra-long distance teleportation tunnel formed by the side, these 2 golden-armored destruction devils did not hesitate to commit suicide. Wang. A thin and small male walked out from that warped spatial tunnel. Even though he was thin and small, his body was so strong that he could resist against the attacks of Sacred Master. For instance, Wu Zhu had relied on many techniques to barely match up to Jie Zhu, and Jie Zhu and Ancestor Mother were publicly acknowledged to be existences closest to Sacred Master. Furthermore, Jie Zhu's combat style was extremely direct. He completely relied on his body to fight, and he even dared to devour the enemy's weapon in one gulp. One could say that the Destruction Devils seemed savage and represented destruction. But Jie Zhu was much more tyrannical and savage than any king of the Destruction Devils. He was also much stronger. Fortunately, he was rational enough. By standing on the side of the three great sacred worlds, he would become enemies with Sacred Master. He would also deal against the Destruction Devils together. Otherwise, Jie Zhu would be a huge calamity to many cultivators. Suicide. The scrawny Jie Zhu, who was dressed in a loose green robe, glanced at them and shook his head. These little bastards died so quickly, eh? Dongbua Shuang. The energy dissipated when the Destruction Devils died should taste quite good, right? At this moment, Shui Ying felt waves of impact on his soul. When the two golden-armored Destruction Devils committed suicide, the special energy that dissipated was naturally absorbed by him. Speaking about it, he felt ashamed. Even though he had stayed in the Void Castle for a relatively long period and killed quite a few golden-armored Destruction Devils, all of them added up could not compare to what he gained this time. The special energy was divided into two parts. One was very pure, and the other made his soul tremble. It was too comfortable. Greetings, Jie Zhu. It's a pity that both of them committed suicide, so we couldn't capture them alive. Dongbua Shuang suppressed the excitement in his soul. His harvest this time was comparable to eating close to 50,000 Origin World rocks. That peak 8th level Golden Armored Destruction Devil should have the effect of eating more than 10,000 Origin World rocks, and the remaining with the help from the 9th level Golden Armored Destruction Devil. It's a pity that there aren't any materials left behind. Dongbua Shuang thought. He had killed so many Golden Armored Destruction Devils, yet he had only obtained 2 sets of materials. One was left behind by a 7th level Golden Armored Destruction Devil, and the other was left behind by an 8th level Golden Armored Destruction Devil. The total value should be more than 10,000 Origin World rocks. It isn't that easy to capture them alive. The scrawny Jie Zhu chuckled. Suddenly, the space by the side distorted and formed a tunnel. Following that, a figure walked out. He was none other than Wu Zhu. Wu Zhu nodded at Jie Zhu before looking around. You are late, the scrawny Jie Zhu said. I was slightly delayed. It seems that the 2 Golden Armored Destruction Devils have committed suicide. With just a glance, the sorcerer ancestor was able to find out everything that had happened. After all, this wasn't a place where kings were battling, so he could still easily find out what had happened. Not bad. You managed to kill 2 in one go, and one of them seems to be at the 9th level. Even amongst the Destruction Devils, there should only be a few dozen 9th level Destruction Devils. Dongbua Shuang, this 9-petaled flower is your new creation? Wu Zhu looked at Dongbua Shuang, praising. It is quite interesting. With this, you should be ranked in the top 10 amongst those at the Primal Chaos realm in terms of offensive techniques. It's a new creation. Dongbua Shuang immediately replied. He also understood that what sorcerer ancestor said was true. After all, he had personally seen Primal Chaos Hall Master, Xinghu Emperor, and several other 9th level Destruction Devils acting at the Void Castle. But those who had a clear advantage over him could be counted with one's fingers, and Primal Chaos Hall Master was one of the strongest. Before he created the 9-petaled flower, in terms of offense, some peak 8th level Primal Chaos existences who specialized in offense could fight against him. When Dongbua Shuang was accompanying Wu Zhu and Jie Zhu, he had ordered the 2 Golden Armored Destruction Devils to commit suicide. This had caused a huge commotion amongst the higher-ups of the Destruction Devils. Before those 2 committed suicide, they had naturally transmitted this information to the kings. One had to know those who were chosen to be brought into the cultivator's world, other than the 2 who had the shadowless talent. The other Destruction Devils were deemed to have a relatively high heart temperament and had great potential. Nevertheless, 2 of them died at once, and one of them was at the 9th level. Damn. This Dongbua Shui-ing has become stronger. The technique he created could actually trap the apex golden armor general. These kings were furious. I really want to kill this Dongbua Shui-ing. It's a pity that his movements are unpredictable. He moves around randomly, and it is hard to track him down. Even if we are fortunate to meet him, he has a secret treasure protecting him and could escape through an ultra-long distance. It is impossible to kill him. The kings were filled with killing intent towards Dongbua Shui. One had to know it was extremely difficult to track down the destruction devils. Even cosmos gods had their own Daos that they specialized in. For instance, Forefather Tian you specialized in slaughter. Blade Emperor specialized in direct combat, and Devil Mountain Primogenitor mainly relied on his body to fight. As for the destruction devils who completely concealed their strength and aura, it was futile for cosmos gods to filter them out from the cultivators using some tyrannical methods, unless they massacred countless cultivators in one go, or suppressed them on a large scale. But the destruction devils could similarly disguise themselves as those weaker cultivators. As for scouting, firstly, they had to be able to cover a large area without injuring the weaker cultivators. Furthermore, they had to identify the destruction devils. Heart imitation religious master had this technique. Dongbua Shui-ing also had this technique with his attainments in the illusory realm. There were few 9th level primal chaos existences who had similar techniques, and only Dongbua Shui-ing had the ultra-long distance teleportation. The majority of cosmos gods fought directly, and there were only 2 who had similar techniques. One was the high and mighty Ancestor Sorcerer. The time of Ancestor Sorcerer was very precious. Many things depended on him, and he did not have the leisure to search the entire place. Furthermore, if Ancestor Sorcerer dared to do so, those destruction devils would definitely hide even harder. The other was Jade Light Master. She had a similarly noble status. Furthermore, one could predict that the destruction devils would feel the deterrence and hide even more carefully. Reality was as such. This was the first time the hidden destruction devils suffered a casualty. The kings high up immediately sent down a strict order. All golden armor destruction devils were to hide in desolate places. They were only allowed to move when they were hunting. The moment the hunt ended, they had to hide again. If Dongbua Shui-ing were to search through such desolate places, with how vast the primal chaos void was, there would be no end to it. Chapter 978. In one of the primal chaos lands in the primal chaos void, there are currently 6 destruction devils living in seclusion here. The leading one was General Mogu. General Mogu, the kings have strictly ordered that we must go to the extreme barren land. The 5 subordinates advised, "We are already hiding in the chaos land. Do we still need to hide?" The tall and thin, triangular-eyed General Mogu gritted his teeth. Just because of that person called Dongbua Shui-ing, what is there to be afraid of? Even if a cosmos god were to attack, I can bring all of you into voidification and travel through the void, much less a primal chaos cultivator. He had the confidence. Apart from his weak temperament and weak head-on combat ability, his shadowless talent was indeed terrifying. After all, not many cosmos gods could truly break through this primal chaos void cage. If he voidified, he could easily penetrate through even the 9-petaled flower. After all, the 9-petaled flower was also in the void. He could even penetrate through the spatial barrier that cosmos gods spend a great deal of effort to construct. What was a 9-petaled flower? General Mogu, your status is noble, and there can't be any accidents. The kings have strict orders, and we can only obey. The other 5 looked at General Mogu. General Mogu gritted his teeth. However, due to his instincts, he did not dare to go against the high and mighty kings. All right, let's continue hiding. But When can we eat to our heart's content again? General Gu's eyes were a little red. Even his soul was yearning. Back then, when he swallowed Jade Light Empress and all the lives in that enormous city, it was the happiest moment of his life. Tens of billions of years had passed since then, and he would never forget that wonderful moment. The kings have already ordered that the cities where primal chaos existences resided would be heavily guarded. Every time a primal chaos existence was killed, it would stimulate the cosmos gods even more. It's only because of your special status, and because it's your first time out that you're allowed to act once. Do you want to move again? We have to wait for General to reach the peak of the 8th layer. The other 5 tried to persuade him. The peak of the 8th level. General Gu muttered to himself. How could it be so easy? Eating Jade Light Palace Mistress had helped him the most, allowing his strength to quickly reach the 8th level. After that, it would be more and more difficult to improve. Let's go. General Gu was in a luxurious palace. His gaze swept across the entire primal chaos continent. Before I leave, I will eat all life on this primal chaos continent. It's just a small matter. The other 5 didn't stop him. After all, it was just a chaos land. There would often be some extremely powerful void creatures invading chaos lands and devouring all life within, as long as they concealed their aura and disguised their strength. Even if the cultivators were to reverse time to investigate, they would only be able to see the appearance of cultivators they had transformed into. It was impossible for them to know that it was the destruction devils who did it. Very soon, amidst the despair of the billions of lives in the entire chaos continent, all of them flew up. The void distorted as countless lives pierced through the void and flew into General Gu's mouth. After eating to his heart's content, General Gu and his 5 subordinates quietly left, truly going to hide in some desolate land. Ever since the previous time, he could not capture the destruction devils alive to interrogate them. He had merely forced 2 golden armor destruction devils to commit suicide. Dongbua Shuiying's subsequent investigations had no more results. Actually, he had guessed that the primal chaos void was ultimately too vast. Traveling from one sacred world to another was like a void god traveling through the time-space tunnel for 100 billion years. If he wanted to investigate every single place, that would be endless. The cosmos gods from the 3 great sacred worlds understood that the moment the destruction devils decided to hide, there was practically no hope of finding them. They felt that the mission of Dongbua Shuiying was almost completed. They asked Dongbua Shuiying to investigate. However, no one would be able to find out the truth if they really wanted to do so. That time, their most fundamental goal was to ascertain if there were any kings among the destruction devils who invaded, and if the spatial barrier could not stop them. If it was possible, it would be better if they could capture one alive and search his soul to find out more secrets. Dongbua Shuiying was almost done. It was just that capturing one alive and searching his soul was too difficult. Cosmos gods did not have the confidence to do so. Like Jade Light Master, even though she could investigate a large region, she could not control the souls of the golden armored destruction devils. Even though Dongbua Shuiying's illusory realm was formidable, these golden armored destruction devils had a strong heart temperament, and it was too difficult to make the other party lose their sense of self. Furthermore, the slightly weaker peak 8th level golden armored destruction devils moved together with those at the 9th level. Time passed. Dongbua Shuiying was still traveling around the world. This time it took an even longer time, because he did not gain anything. He gradually focused on cultivation. He did not have much hope of finding the destruction devils. Dongbua, hurry back. One day, Dongbua Shuiying, who was currently drifting outside, received the transmission from Forefather Tianyu. He did not care about anything and immediately rushed back to the Great Void Heaven Temple through ultra-long distance teleportation. What is going on? Dongbua Shuiying and the other Hall Masters soon met up. Of the 13 Hall Masters in the Great Void Heaven Temple, other than 8 whose true bodies were in the Void Castle. The other 5 had returned within the great Void Heaven Temple. None of them were outside. Either their true bodies are in the Void Castle, or they have returned here. What is going on? Forefather, is there a huge matter that requires our true bodies to return? The Hall Masters were all gathered at the residence of Primal Chaos Hall Master. After all, Primal Chaos Hall Master had always been their leader. The Hall Masters and Inner Hall Elders were all gathered, and in another courtyard within the great Void Heaven Temple, there were 3 cosmos gods present. One was Forefather Tianyu, another was Sword Master, and the last was Blade Emperor. This time we have truly troubled Blade Emperor for letting Blade Emperor personally protect my great Void Heaven Temple. Forefather Tianyu said gratefully, even though Wu Zhu and Lord Lo Qing have both acted to help your great Void Heaven Temple, it will be safer for me to protect it. Blade Emperor chuckled. With me around, and by relying on the power of the great Void Heaven Temple, even if Sacred Master personally came and used his origin source energy to refine a secret treasure, even if he destroyed the entire 7-star oceanic sacred world, it would be impossible for him to break through the great Void Heaven Temple in a short period. Furthermore, if he really goes berserk and disregards everything, by then, Devil Mountain Primogenitor, Jade Light Master, Wu Zhu, and the others will all act. Amen. Forefather Tianyu nodded. All for this day. The 6 great holy grounds had prepared for a long time, and even the myriad ancient sacred world was willing to help. Sword Master, everything depends on you now. Blade Emperor looked at the white-haired man, Sword Master. Everyone is prepared to start another war. Don't make any mistakes here. Sword Master chuckled. I can't thank everyone enough for your help. As for my matter, rest assured, as long as we delay for some time, I will be 100% confident. Hearing that he was 100% confident, Blade Emperor's eyes lit up. He nodded and sighed inwardly, as expected of someone favored by his master. He was indeed impressive. Everything depends on you now. Forefather Tianyu chuckled. Currently, my great Void Heaven Temple's Hall Master and Inner Hall Elders are either in the Void Castle or have returned to the great Void Heaven Temple. Everything is prepared and can be activated at any time. Since everyone is prepared, there's no need to delay. Let's do it today. Sword Master said. All right. Blade Emperor and Forefather Tian, were looking forward to that scene. This was what the 6 great holy grounds and the myriad ancient sacred world wanted to see. Chapter 979. The ordinary disciples within the great Void Heaven Temple had yet to realize it, but the Inner Hall Elders and the 13 Hall Masters could feel that a storm was brewing. They had asked Forefather Tianyu before, yet Forefather Tianyu did not explain in detail. He only ordered. From now on, all of you should either stay in the Void Castle or within the great Void Heaven Temple. You are not allowed to leave. Without my permission, none of you are allowed to leave. The order was given. Dongbua Shuiying and the other 13 Hall Masters were currently drinking and discussing. This is really strange. Forefather has never given such an order since the creation of the Great Void Heaven Temple. The Void Castle is the most important fortress against the destruction devils, and it is the safest. The Great Void Heaven Temple is also the safest. Forefather has only allowed us to stay in these 2 places. What major event is about to happen? I can't figure it out either. The various Hall Masters were quite knowledgeable, but none of them, including Primal Chaos Hall Master, could understand. Dongbua Shuiying was frowning in thought too. Amen? Suddenly, the 13 Hall Masters looked upwards. The Inner Hall Elders within the Great Void Heaven Temple and the other Void Gods and a large number of disciples all turned towards the sky above the Great Void Heaven Temple. Hong Long Long, the Great Void Heaven Temple, was a sealed space. But now there was an enormous lump of black light that made others palpitate above the central land. This lump of pitch-black light had strands of blood light seeping out. Just looking at it with the naked eye would cause all cultivators to feel their hearts palpitating. Even at the level of Dongbua Shuang, he could not help but feel his heart palpitating. This is... Dongbua Shuang could vaguely feel that this enormous black light seemed to contain the aura of the supreme law of the primal chaos void. Terrifying, extremely frightening. He was a 9th level expert. After grasping the 9-petaled flower, his combat power was barely at the cosmos god level. He had fought with the king of the destruction devils that existed for the sake of destruction, and had peaked at the frightening scale when Wu Zhu, Jade Light Master, and other cosmos gods acted. But none of this could compare to the oppressive feeling brought about by the huge black light high up in the sky. That was the supreme law level of the primal chaos void. Even cosmos gods were merely ants trapped within this cage. What exactly is my great void heaven temple plotting? Dongbua Shuang was shocked. Why would there be such a terrifying commotion? It's starting. Forefather Tianyu and Blade Emperor raised their heads and looked at the dense lump of black light above them. Both of them revealed a smile. Sword Master is really confident. He has just started his closed-door training, and he has already succeeded. Saber Emperor sighed in admiration. Next up, we will have to rely on Blade Emperor and the others. Forefather Tianyu said hurriedly, "My strength is weak. I can only provide support by the side." "Haha, don't worry." Blade Emperor chuckled. At this moment, he was carefully controlling the entire Great Void Heaven Temple. Currently, the Great Void Heaven Temple had consumed some treasures, allowing its power to reach an extremely high level. Even if there was an ultra-long distance teleportation passage, it would be destroyed the moment it was connected. Currently, the Great Void Heaven Temple could be said to be impregnable. 7-star Oceanic Sacred World. In midair outside the space of the Great Void Heaven Temple, 2 figures were standing side by side. One was Wu Zhu, who had many black shackles dancing on the surface of his body, and the other was the thin and small Jiazhu. The 2 of them were standing side by side, silently guarding the place. As for Devil Mountain Primogenitor and Jade Light Master, who were originally from the 7-star Oceanic Sacred World, they were hiding by the side and could act any time. Amen. Wu Zhu and the thin and small Jia Zhu turned over at the same time. Behind them, there was a faint black light permeating out. A terrifying suppression was spreading out. Clearly, it came from within the Great Void Heaven Temple. This slight black light made Wu Zhu and the thin and small Jia Zhu reveal a grin. This sword master is truly an absolute talent. What he said wasn't false either. He actually succeeded in activating it. The thin and small Jia Zhu shook his head and praised. Speaking of which, this sword master has practically not experienced any great battles. He didn't even go to the Void Castle. He has practically been in closed-door cultivation all this while. It hasn't been long since he became a cosmos god, yet he has reached this stage. Who knows, he might surpass us one day and stand shoulder to shoulder with Sacred Master. The destruction devils are getting stronger day by day. Sacred Master is also a huge threat to us. If Sword Master could stand shoulder to shoulder with Sacred Master, it would be a fortunate matter for us. Wu Zhu said, "Let's see how far this absolute talent can reach." Jia Zhu chuckled. "In a while, Sacred Master will be here. He will definitely be infuriated." Wu Zhu chuckled too. "That's right. He must be infuriated. There's no need for us to risk our lives against him. We just have to obstruct him and entangle him so that he doesn't disturb Sword Master." Wu Zhu said, "In the distant ancient sacred world, within the palace hall, there was a crystalline black stone bed. Sacred Master sat cross-legged on it. He had a calm expression. The servants serving him below were all respectful. When they saw Sacred Master through the corner of their eyes, they could not help but feel satisfied from the bottom of their hearts. This was Sacred Master. His appearance vaguely contained part of the supreme law of the primal chaos void. His expression, his aura, every single action of his seemed to be the manifestation of the supreme law. His appearance seemed to be the purest of holiness. His aura was intoxicating, and his voice was the most pleasant to listen to. Amen. Sacred Master, who had been sitting cross-legged for an unknown period of time, suddenly opened his eyes. That pair of eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything looked towards the void in front of him. His expression changed slightly. As his expression changed, the entire palace hall's atmosphere became much more stifling. The servants were all holding their breaths, nervously. It was rare for Sacred Master to be infuriated. Once he was, it would be an earth-shattering event. How dare you snatch my things? Sacred Master's eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent. At this moment, he did not even bother concealing his killing intent. Very soon, he made use of an ultra-long-distance teleportation channel opened by one of his subordinates to directly appear near the Great Void Heaven Temple. Near the Great Void Heaven Temple in the 7-star Oceanic Sacred World, within the distorted spatial channel, Sacred Master, who was wearing a thin robe and walking barefoot, walked out from within. With a single step, he directly teleported through the void to the outside of the Great Void Heaven Temple. This distance would take the time taken to brew a cup of tea for a primal chaos giant to tear through the spatial channel. Yet he merely took a single step to reach it. Even though Sacred Master did not know how to teleport through an ultra-long distance, reaching his realm, he naturally had all sorts of abilities. This void teleportation distance was something only the void primogenitor could reach. Even Dongbua Shuang, despite cultivating many aspects of the Tao of Void, could not compare to Sacred Master in terms of pure void teleportation distance. Long time no see. Wearing a loose green robe, the thin and small Jiazu was grinning. His mouth was getting bigger as he laughed. By the side, the black shackles on the surface of Wu Zu's body were dancing. His aura was clearly rising. Those who block my path should return to the primal chaos. Sacred Master extended his right hand, causing an ancient mottled pike to appear. How many times have we fought? Why are you boasting? The thin and small Jie Zhu laughed even more brilliantly. Chapter 980. The ancient mottled spear in the Saint Master's hand shot out like lightning, disappearing without a trace the moment it was thrown. Pooh! Ripples appeared at the entrance of the Great Void Heaven Temple from afar. The mottled spear appeared with a terrifying might and bombarded the entrance. However, it only caused ripples. Moreover, there were also traces of saber light that blocked the power of the spear. Saint Master, the Great Void Heaven Temple does not welcome you. A cold voice came from another space. The Saber Emperor is here as well. The Saint Master knew that the situation was bad. It was obvious that the other party had come prepared. With Wu Zu and Jie Zhu restraining them, it was impossible for him to easily break through the Great Void Heaven Temple, which was guarded by the Saber Emperor. The Saint Master extended his hand, and the mottled spear returned to his hand. You have too much faith in that sword master. My things are not that easy to snatch. The killing aura emitted from the Saint Master's body became denser. Let's give it a try. Jie Zhu smiled. Wu Zu stood calmly at the side, stubborn. The Saint Master's aura suddenly rose. Boom! Countless lightning bolts appeared above the Saint World. The gray lightning bolts were like huge electric snakes that swam around recklessly. Some of them even struck the ground below. These lightning bolts were unusually violent, but they were all around the Saint Master. The Saint Master's skin became slightly transparent, and there were countless lightning bolts swimming around inside his skin. He held the spear, and the surface of the spear was also surrounded by gray lightning bolts. Wu Zu, be careful. The Saint Master has gone crazy. World Ancestor remained beaming. Ancestor Sorcerer remained solemn by the side. The black shackles on the surface of his body abruptly expanded and became longer. Every single black shackle caused the surrounding space to distort and collapse. It was as though the surrounding of the shackles contained the birth and destruction of cosmos. Clearly, World Ancestor Sorcerer was on high alert. Boom! The Saint Master took the initiative. With a single step, he arrived. The spear seemed to be simply thrust forward, but it contained a strange charm. The spear pierced towards Wu Zu. Clearly, in the Saint Lord's eyes, Wu Zu was relatively easier to deal with. Hua, hua, hua. 9 black chains danced in the air, each one of them profound and unfathomable, causing the surrounding space to rapidly shrink. The originally 500-kilometer space was forcefully shrunk to a 500-kilometer space, making it impossible for the Saint Master's pike to dodge. Within the 500-kilometer space, the 9 black chains seemed to fill every inch of space as they collided with the pike. Dang, there was a loud collision, and Wu Zu was sent flying backward. Haha, come play with me. Jie Zu laughed as he charged over. Scram! The Saint Master waved the pike in his hand. Although he wasn't a cultivator of the laws and profound mysteries lineage, his combat level was very high, and his pike was very powerful. However, Jie Zu didn't care. He waved both his hands and rushed over. His speed was extremely fast, and the pike smashed onto the scrawny Jie Zu's head, causing it to cave in and become deformed. However, Jie Zu was still grinning. He didn't even lose a single strand of hair, nor did his skin break. His deformed head was restored to its normal state. Pooh! Xiao! Boom! In an instant, the Saint Master's tens of pikes smashed onto the scrawny Jie Zu's body. In terms of power and profundity, the Saint Master was above Jie Zu. Jie Zu was beaten to the point where he couldn't even retaliate. However, Jie Zu wasn't injured at all. His body could be as big as he wanted it to be, and as small as he wanted it to be. At times, his body would be as hard as a cosmos secret treasure, and at times it would be as soft as a flowing river. His body would disperse at will and condense at will. Faced with this kind of enemy that could not be killed no matter what, the holy leader was also somewhat helpless. Go. At the side, numerous black chains started flying out from the surface of Wu Zu's skin. These chains were very small, but as they flew out, they grew larger and larger. There were more than 10,000 black chains, causing the entire sacred world to tremble. The 2 of them. The Saint Master was furious. Wu Zu was an existence that created the witch cultivation system. If he was given some time, he would be able to unleash some terrifying techniques. Clearly, this ancestor of witch cultivation had extremely sinister and bizarre techniques. If it was a one-on-one, the Saint Master wouldn't give Wu Zu any time. However, with Jie Zu helping out from the side, it was obvious that Wu Zu would have sufficient time to unleash his techniques. Boom! As the Saint Master and Wu Zu exchanged blows, the entire sacred world trembled. Cracks appeared in the heaven and earth, but they healed up again and again. Within the great void heaven temple, Dongbua Shuang and the rest could feel the terrifying commotion from the battle outside. What's going on? Dongbua Shuang immediately peeked through the black fog spherical hole. Because the Saint Master and the rest were fighting outside the great void heaven temple, they were very close to each other. Dongbua Shuang peeked and saw everything clearly. Saint Master! Dongbua Shuang saw it. He saw a figure that looked exactly the same as the one on the ancient saint statue. His appearance was neutral, and if he were to change into female clothing, he would most likely be considered a beauty. His appearance was pure and holy, and he had a hint of the supreme laws of the primal chaos void. His every movement carried a terrifying pressure. Saint Master, it's him. It's him. An uncontrollable killing intent surged out from Dongbua Shuang's heart. His master, Gu Qi, had died in his hands, and he hadn't even had the chance to meet his master. This madman, This madman wanted all living beings to submit to him and be loyal to him. Not even their souls were free. Is this his true strength? This was the first time Dongbua Shui-ing saw the Saint Master's true strength. Too strong. Terrifying lightning surrounded the Saint Master. He held a mysterious ancient spear in his hand, and every move he made caused the entire sacred world to tremble. His speed was so fast that it surpassed the range of what Dongbua Shui-ing could see. He could only see that under the attacks of the Saint Master, Jie Zhu could only rely on his body to resist and pester him. As for Wu Zhu, he hid far away and prepared one terrifying move after another. However, the terrifying move that Wu Zhu prepared was something that the Saint Master was able to forcefully break apart. Even though it was 1 against 2, the Saint Master was clearly at an advantage. The entire 7-star oceanic sacred world trembled, and cracks appeared one after another. Too strong. Dongbua Shui-ing was shocked. One must know that Wu Zhu and Jie Zhu could be said to be existences that were closest to the Saint Master level. For example, the secret treasure 12 elemental beads bracelet that he had on him could only block Wu Zhu and Jie Zhu for 1 or 2 seconds. Like at this moment, when Wu Zhu spent so much time preparing his move, it was a move that his 2 great secret treasures could not resist against, and he would die. But the Saint Master could casually break it apart. A casual move of his could exterminate existences at the level of Dongbua Shui-ing. Destroying the world. Destroying a sacred world wasn't something difficult to him. The gap between me and him is huge. Dongbua Shui-ing personally witnessed it. Only then did he understand how big the gap was. No wonder the Saint Master, who stood high above, disdained from caring about primal chaos giants. After all, even those who stepped into the cosmos god realm could barely survive in front of the Saint Master by relying on treasures. They were not even qualified to fight with him, the Saint Master. Those who could fight with him could be counted with one's fingers, and they were all second-level cosmos gods. To become enemies with him, I have to become a cosmos god first. Dongbua Shui-ing could not help but feel his soul trembling. He desired to become stronger. 9th level strength? He was considered strong amongst primal chaos giants, but he was still an ant before the Saint Master. He was still an ant even by relying on secret treasures. Chapter 981. Dongbua Shui-ing carefully observed this pinnacle battle. It was rare for a battle of this level to occur. Although watching the battle was extremely tiring, and many of the moves were too fast and blurry. Gradually, Dongbua Shui-ing began to gain some understanding of the battle. Although Dongbua Shui-ing could faintly sense many profound mysteries from the Saint Lord's battle moves, such as slaughter, destruction, light, lightning, all sorts of profound mysteries were naturally contained within the moves. However, all of these profound mysteries had a common origin, and that was the dusky lightning. The source of the Saint Lord's battle strength came from that lightning. Lightning had the power to destroy the world. It was tyrannical and extremely destructive. The Saint Lord and Jie Zhu are very similar. They both specialize in a single type of energy. Dongbua Shui-ing thought to himself, the Saint Lord seems to have everything stemming from lightning, but his strength alone is enough to suppress both Wu Zhu and Jie Zhu. Jie Zhu, on the other hand, specializes in the physical body. By cultivating his body to an unimaginable level, his body is so strong that it's even more terrifying than those secret treasures. Even the Saint Lord's attacks couldn't harm a single hair on his body. Dongbua Shui-ing couldn't help but sigh. He had an understanding of the Black Emperor's 4 great inheritances, and it seemed like it could cultivate one's physical body to an extremely powerful level. However, from the looks of it, Jie Zhu's physical body was the truly terrifying one. If the Saint Lord specializes in lightning, and Jie Zhu specializes in the physical body, then Wu Zhu is much more complex. Dongbua Shui-ing thought to himself, Wu Zhu's strength lay in being mixed. He had many powerful techniques, and some of them could even be combined together to form a terrifying killing move. Even Saint Masters would have to be careful when dealing with him. But his only weakness was that some of Wu Zu's terrifying moves required time to be prepared. In terms of killing within a short period of time, Wu Zu couldn't compare to Jie Zhu. No wonder Jie Zhu and Ancestor Mother are publicly acknowledged to be the closest to Sacred Master. Wu Zu said that he had relied on various methods to barely match up to Jie Zhu and the rest, but he is still lacking. Dongbua Shui Ying nodded. In the publicly acknowledged judgment of strength, second-level cosmos gods were on the same level as Ancestor Mother and Jie Zhu. Wu Zu was also very close to Blade Emperor. But now, Jie Zhu and Wu Zu can only hold Holy Master back. They can't hurt Holy Master at all. Dongbua Shui Ying felt heavy in his heart. Sacred Master was able to gain the upper hand even when fighting against two. He was indeed an existence who could fight against all cosmos gods by himself. How difficult was it to kill him? I should first work hard to become a cosmos god, Dongbua Shui Ying thought. He knew that even though he was at the 9th level, it was still incredibly difficult for him to become a cosmos god. His foundation in the Tao of Mirage, which he specialized the most, was still insufficient. As Dongbua Shui Ying was carefully watching the battle, he suddenly felt something and looked up. In the distance, high up in the great void heaven temple, that lump of rolling black light that would cause others to feel palpitations suddenly fell downwards. It directly fell into the cavern dwelling of Sword Master, fusing into that cavern dwelling before disappearing. What happened? Dongbua Shui Ying, Primal Chaos Hall Master, Inquisitive Sky Hall Master, Celestial Water Hall Master, and others were watching with wide eyes. That terrifying black light actually fell into the cavern dwelling of Sword Master? Ha ha ha! Forefather Tianyu and Blade Emperor, who were responsible for protecting the place, revealed a look of joy when they saw this. That is really fast. Blade Emperor praised. It seems that Sword Master has accumulated enough strength to control it so quickly. It has only been the time taken to brew a cup of tea. Haha, it is much faster than expected. Forefather Tianyu was delighted too. He knew that the strength of the Great Void Heaven Temple would greatly increase from now on. The battle between Sacred Master and Jie Zhu and Wu Zu merely lasted for the time taken to brew a cup of tea. Sacred Master, receive my sword. A cold roar sounded. Two figures walked out side by side from the void. One was Blade Emperor, and the other was the white-haired male, Sword Master. Sword Master had a sword strapped behind his back. He pointed at Sacred Master. Chong! The sword was unsheathed. A sword light that brought with it a frightening, baleful aura swept across the world. It brought with it a power that caused the sacred world to tremble as it shot towards the distant Sacred Master. Sacred Master was slightly startled. He waved the mottled spear in his hand to receive the incoming attack. At that moment, hong hong hong, a series of booms resounded. The surrounding space was continuously shattering and distorting, and the flow of time was changing. In just a short moment, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Sacred Master could not obtain victory for a moment. Jie Zhu and Wu Zu smiled as they retreated to the side. Show! The sword light rapidly flew back into the scabbard on the back of Sword Master. Sacred Master also stopped. The spear in his hand disappeared. He stood there and carefully observed the distant Sword Master. Previously, I felt that you are extraordinary, but now it seems that I have underestimated you. Sacred Master chuckled and praised. You have become a cosmos god and reached the 2nd level without anyone noticing. Now that you have activated it, you have successfully snatched away part of my strength. Seeing how you acted previously, your strength isn't any weaker than Blade Emperor. If you cultivate for a few more days, it isn't impossible for you to surpass Jie Zhu and Ancestor Mother. Sacred Master has overpraised me. Sword Master calmly replied. cultivating in a low-profile manner for several epochs. The moment he erupted, he could fight with Sacred Master head-on. Your innate talent and comprehension ability is the best ever since the primitive ancient sacred world was born, Sacred Master chuckled. In the future, you might be qualified to become my true opponent. By the side, Blade Emperor Wu Zhu and Jie Zhu felt rueful in their hearts when they heard that. They admitted that Sword Master was an absolute talent, and his breakthroughs were rapid. More importantly, they did not see Sword Master experiencing any huge setbacks or tempering himself in battles before he reached his current realm. It's a pity that you were born too late. Sacred Master chuckled calmly. He was not frustrated at all. You were born too late, and the destruction devils are getting stronger. There isn't much time left for you. I hope that you can reach the 3rd level before your final lifespan. That way, the world will be more interesting. Sacred Master chuckled at Sword Master before turning around and disappearing from the place. He left just like that? Wu Zhu was slightly startled. He left quite decisively. Even after having part of his strength stolen away by Sword Master, he is still so calm. The thin and small Jezu said, "It seems that ever since Gu Qi foiled the previous time, in addition to the destruction devils becoming stronger, Sacred Master should have given up on some of his previous plans." Wu Zhu nodded. Amen. Previously, for the sake of venting his anger, he even used part of his origin source energy to kill Gu Qi. This time, even though part of his strength has been stolen away by Sword Master, he is still so calm he should have given up on some of his previous plans. We must always be careful when facing Sacred Master. Blade Emperor said, "Who knows, he might be trying to make us lower our guard when he sees that we can't go against him." Sword Master nodded too. Ancient sacred world. Sacred Master sat cross-legged on the black stone bed with a calm expression. This Sword Master is improving really quickly. How long has it been? And he is already able to fight with me head-on. His improvement is too smooth, and there aren't any setbacks at all. Unless he has gotten the Realm Heart Order before? Sacred Master muttered inwardly. It's a pity that I've only heard of the Realm Heart Order and never obtained it. Chapter 982. Eastern Unicorn, Sacred World. Within a restaurant, Blade Emperor and a blue-robed male were seated opposite each other. Realm Heart Order. Blade Emperor was startled. "Teacher, you mentioned that Sword Master might have gotten the Realm Heart Order before? What is the Realm Heart Order? Why haven't I heard of it before?" Amen. Lord Lo Chung sat there pouring wine. As he drank, he chuckled. "Naturally, you haven't heard of it before. The Realm Heart Order. There are countless cultivators in the primal chaos void, and those who know of it can be counted with one's fingers. Sword Master should have gotten the Realm Heart Order before and used it. That is why he could improve so quickly in his cultivation. Naturally, this is merely my conjecture. Who knows, he might really have a heaven-defying talent, allowing him to reach such a stage just by cultivating in closed door. Teacher, what exactly is the Realm Heart Order? Blade Emperor asked. A unique secret treasure. Lord Lo Chung chuckled. Wanting to obtain and use it requires fate. After all, only cultivators with great talent and comprehension abilities can obtain the recognition of the Realm Heart Order. Otherwise, you can't see it even if it is right in front of you. Can't see it even if it is right in front of me? Blade Emperor felt puzzled. Secret treasures. There were indeed some unique secret treasures like the mottled spear that Sacred Master used. Its origin was a mystery, like the 3 fire prison realms cauldron. Its origin was also a mystery. A unique secret treasure, Realm Heart Order. Blade Emperor had never heard of it before. Go. Cultivate properly. You are my disciple, and don't let Sword Master surpass you. Lord Lo Ching chuckled. Yes, this disciple will take his leave. Blade Emperor immediately stood up. He felt a sense of urgency. He was the highest leader of the 6 great holy grounds. His teacher, Lord Lo Cheng, might be stuck at the primal chaos realm, but his realm was excessively high. His teacher created the Star Hall and was willing to guide other cosmos gods. Even Devil Mountain Primogenitor, Jade Light Master, Forefather Tianyu, Void Primogenitor, Great Emperor Cloud Serpent, and others were willing to humbly seek guidance from him. After all, Lord Lo Cheng was at the primal chaos realm, yet his strength was vaguely at the second-level cosmos god. In terms of realm, he would most likely be stronger than the Sacred Master, even though it seemed Lord Lo Cheng would never become a cosmos god because he had violated some unknown taboo. But his realm was too high, and there were too many who wanted to take him as their teacher. It's just that he disdained accepting disciples. Only a few cosmos gods were willing to guide them. That was why the 6 saint lands had formed an alliance. The true link between the 6 holy lands was the Lord Lo Cheng. As a member of the Great Void Heaven Temple, the Sword Master could also receive pointers from the Lord Lo Cheng. Moreover, he was highly valued by the Lord Lo Cheng. However, the Blade Emperor was a personal disciple, so the Lord Lo Cheng was the one who gave him the most pointers. Saber Emperor left. Lord Lo Cheng was still enjoying his wine alone. Good wine. The fruit wine brewed by this restaurant should be ranked in the top 600 in the primal chaos void. Lord Lo Cheng praised. At the same time he pondered. When that old man Yuan left, there weren't many realm heart order left. He told me that there were only 5 pieces left, and now there should be even fewer left. Coincidentally, 1 piece landed in the hands of the Sword Master. Dongbua Shueing and the others were temporarily forbidden from leaving the Great Void Heaven Temple and the Void Castle. But the group of Hall Masters still used their incarnations to arrive outside the Great Void Heaven Temple to observe the traces left behind by the battle between the Sacred Master, Wu. The battlefield between the Sacred Master and Wu Zu and Jiezu. The group of Hall Masters looked around them with shock. The surrounding region, spanning a few 100 billion kilometers, was in chaos. Many places were left with void ravines. The great earth was torn apart, and the remnant shock waves did not dissipate. Many cracks could be seen in midair. They were the cracks of the sacred world. Destruction, slaughter, lightning, hex poison, all sorts of energies were scattered across the battlefield spanning a few 100 billion kilometers. Forefather Tianyu said from the side, "The shockwaves of this battle have injured the sacred world itself. It is easy to destroy, but hard to repair. This area is almost completely destroyed. To repair it, the Devil Mountain Primogenitor and the Jade Light Queen will need time. Forefather, the battlefield this time is quite small. I heard that when Sacred Master battled, he could even shatter a sacred world." The Hall Masters commented. Forefather Tianyu smiled and shook his head. "The battle this time is very short. Hence, the damage to the sacred world isn't that serious. If the battle dragged on, the surrounding area spanning a few 100 billion kilometers might be torn apart, and the damage to the sacred world would be even greater. More importantly, Sacred Master did not truly go crazy this time. In addition to the sudden battle, he did not have much time to prepare. The battle was sudden." "Forefather, why is there a battle? What's going on with the black light above the Great Void Heaven Temple?" The Hall Masters were puzzled. They did not know the cause of the battle. Sword Master's eruption this time was too sudden. Sacred Master was not prepared at all. After all, refining the origin source energy into a secret treasure required time. On the other hand, Sacred Master's reaction this time was relatively calm. He did not go crazy. Sword Master has broken through this time, and his strength has greatly improved. Currently, he can fight against Blade Emperor and Wu Zu. Forefather Tianyu said happily. He didn't want to hide it. After all, it wouldn't take long for the news to spread. The news spread rapidly across the entire primal chaos void. All the cultivators living in seclusion were startled. They were startled at the current strength of Swordmaster. In the following days, the great void heaven temple remained vigilant. The three great sacred worlds had made their preparations. If Sacred Master were to go crazy, the ancient sacred religion would start a war with them. But everything was peaceful. After Dongbo Shui-ing and the other hall masters stayed in the great void heaven temple for a few billion years, Forefather Tianyu removed the ban. Dongbo Shui-ing continued to travel around the world and continue searching for the destruction devils. In the primal chaos void, two figures were fighting with each other, causing the surrounding void to solidify. Every time an explosion rang out, the solidified void would distort slightly. General Mo Gu, your utilization of the void is formidable. I admire you, but you are still lacking if you want to defeat me. The green-robed male chuckled. Receive my final move. If you can easily resist against this move, I'll admit defeat. The golden-robed, triangular-eyed male sneered. A stream of light that was as thin as a cicada's wings cut through. The solidified void was like tofu that was cut through. It similarly cut through that male in the distance. That male's body was immediately cut into two. Following that, he rapidly fused back together. It's just that it was extremely hard for his wounds to heal. What? That green-robed male was startled. How is it? The golden-robed male was relatively delighted. According to what we said previously, my current strength should be at the peak of the 8th level without using the shadowless talent. Forget it. There were also 4 figures standing in the distance, flying over at the same time. General Mo Gu is formidable indeed. It hasn't been 1 trillion years since he left the Lost World Corridor and came to the Cultivation World, and he has already reached the peak of the 8th level. This final move is truly formidable. The other 4 praised. The eyes of the golden-robed male, General Mo Gu, were filled with greed. He chuckled. The kings have said that the moment I reach the peak of the 8th level, they'll allow me to act once more and eat another cultivator at the primal chaos realm. Rest assured, General Mo Gu. We'll definitely arrange for it, the 5 subordinates said. A primal chaos realm giant and the countless cultivators from the superpower he presides over. I want to eat all of them. The body of General Mo Gu trembled slightly. He was truly looking forward to it. Chapter 983. Within the primal chaos void, there was an extremely large continent with countless countries and cities. Countless creatures had once flourished there, yet now it was completely empty, deathly still. Hua! A white-robed young man walked out from the distorted void. He was none other than Dongbo Shui-ing. The looming great land has been wiped out? Dongbo Shui-ing landed in a city. The city was in ruins, and there was not a single sentient being around. He walked step by step. His body was constantly teleporting. Cities, desolate plains, deserts, villages, icy plains at many places. Dongbo Shui-ing remained calm. It was just that his eyes were becoming colder. Even though he had been chasing after destruction devils over the long years, he had discovered many places being devoured and destroyed. But this was the first time something as big as the looming Great Land happened. The looming Great Land was huge. It was much bigger than the cosmos. It was a place where the primal chaos realm giant, Forefather Lu Ming, resided. Naturally, there were many sentient beings living here. Are the destruction devils born from the supreme law? Dongbo Shui-ing looked up at the vast void. Even if all sentient beings were to be annihilated and returned to the primal chaos, it is fine to just destroy them. Why is there a need to give birth to the destruction devils and massacre them, perhaps to the supreme law that stood high above? It was a law that operated coldly and did not show any mercy. But Dongbo Shui-ing was a cultivator. When he saw such a thing happening, he could only feel the fury burning in his heart. Even the most chaotic, myriad ancient sacred world had a large number of hex cultivators, devour-class cultivators, ancient cultivators, and other cultivators. They occupied their own territories, and there were experts guarding over them. It was not that easy to devour them wantonly. Those devils were slightly weaker, and their destructive power was ordinary. But the destruction devils that infiltrated into the world were usually at the peak of the 8th or 9th level strength. They were considered at the peak of the primal chaos realm, and the danger they posed was too great. I'll definitely kill all of you. The killing intent in the eyes of Dongbua Shui-ing became denser. South, he continued walking around. Dongbua Shui-ing searched everywhere. Even in some extremely remote places where only 1 or 2 cultivators were cultivating in seclusion, Dongbua Shui-ing would use his illusory realm to filter. The primal chaos void was simply too vast, and with such a detailed search, even 1,000,000,000,000 years would only be considered as the tip of the iceberg. However, Dongbua Shui-ing still continued to search tirelessly. There's also the golden armored lairs. We have to do our best to find them. In the Lost World corridor, the 2 incarnations were searching. Since leaving the Void Castle, Dongbua Shui-ing had also discovered 2 golden armored lairs. However, the further they went, the harder it was to find them. On a floating fiery red boulder in the primal chaos void. This fiery red boulder was a remnant of the primitive ancient sacred world after it shattered. It was also thousands of miles in size. In the vast primal chaos void, it was considered extremely small. Now, there was a cave abode on this fiery red boulder. General Mo Gu and his 5 subordinates were within the abode. Phew, phew! General Mo Gu sat there. He was so excited that he was shaking his head. This is too delightful. Delightful, delightful. Ha ha ha! If those cultivators knew about this, they would most likely be furious. It's a pity that the vast primal chaos void is boundless, and it is impossible for them to find us. I don't believe that there would be such a coincidence. This time, the few of us have devoured some too. It's rare for us to be so delightful. General Mo Gu has regained his calm. The 5 subordinates laughed by the side. This time, General Mo Gu had devoured 99% of a life force of that forefather Lu Ming. The other 5 had devoured the remaining. Naturally, because there were simply too many life forms this time. Even if they devoured a small portion, the 5 subordinates still felt that it was a rare enjoyment. For instance, General Mo Gu had turned slightly mad when he had just devoured the life forms. This feeling is too wonderful. I wonder when I can go and eat again. General Mo Gu's eyes were emitting light. General Mo Gu, the kings have already said that the next time you want to have a feast, you have to wait until you reach the 9th level. The other 5 said, if one often walked by the river, how could one not wet one's shoes? There were only so many primal chaos giants. If one ate frequently, cosmos gods would definitely be more vigilant, and it would be easy for them to fall into the trap. It was only because General Mo Gu had a unique status that ordinary golden-armored destruction devils were not qualified to act against primal chaos cultivators. 9th level? General Mo Gu felt helpless. This is too difficult. Golden-armored destruction devils. The weakest were at the 7th level, and there were few at the 8th level. As for the 9th level, regardless of whether it was a cultivator or a destruction devil, it was too difficult for them to reach the 9th level. General Mo Gu felt that even if he was given 10 or 100 times more time, he would not have much hope. This is the order from the kings. General Mo Gu could only accept it. The destruction devils were born to fight and kill. The gray-armored destruction devils all obeyed the orders of the blood-armored destruction devils. The blood-armored destruction devils did not dare to disobey the orders of the golden-armored destruction devils. Similarly, none of the destruction devils dared to disobey the orders of the kings. This seemed to be rooted in their bloodline and soul. Who? General Mo Gu opened his mouth. At that moment, a large number of items flew out. All sorts of weapons, storage treasures, scriptures, and others piled up into a small mountain in the courtyard by the side. These are all things that haven't been digested. General Mo Gu said, Hurry up and flip through them to see if there are any useful ones, especially those cultivation scriptures. All right, we'll check them now. The 5 subordinates answered. To the destruction devils, what truly attracted them in the cultivation world was firstly to slaughter and devour. This was an instinctive desire. The second was cultivation scriptures. They wanted to gain experience from the inheritances of the cultivators so that they could improve. Every golden armor destruction devil desired to break free from the control of their desires and become a king. But it was relatively difficult to find scriptures. The more precious the absolute art, the more important the location it was placed in, like the Great Void Heaven Temple and Blade Emperor City. These holy grounds collected the most precious scriptures. As for the second-tier primal chaos giants, they collected some formidable scriptures too. As for the weaker Unity realm experts, the scriptures they collected were much weaker. Even though the destruction devils were strong, they did not dare to casually act against primal chaos giants. Hence, it was hard for them to collect scriptures. This time, after killing Forefather Lu Ming, they naturally valued the scriptures collected by Forefather Lu Ming. Xiao. Many items were being categorized. General Mo Gu and his 5 subordinates were also studying these items. They took out some of the items from their storage treasures, causing more and more items to be placed in this courtyard. Good. This is an ancient cultivation inheritance scripture, and it is also fire-related. It is most suitable for me. A golden armored destruction devil hugged onto a scripture and began checking through it. He was exhilarated. Even though he could not cultivate, the large amount of guidance within the scripture was still helpful to them. One by one, the ancient books were found. The majority of these were relatively ordinary scriptures. But the golden armored destruction devils relied on their talent and instincts to cultivate in the past. How could it be as thorough as the scriptures of cultivators? Dang. Some weapons and other items were directly thrown to the side. They were disdainful of caring about them. Amen. General Mo Gu hugged onto a total of 8 books. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a sharp light. He turned to the side and stared at the bottom edge of a mountain of items. Just now, he had just thrown a pile of items over. Something is amiss. General Mo Gu walked over. He extended his hand and grabbed towards the empty void. He seemed to have grasped onto something. What happened? The other 5 looked at General Mo Gu too. So strange. General Mo Gu was startled and puzzled. He stared at his hand. I can't see it and can't sense it, but it indeed exists, and it is currently in my hand. Previously, when I threw a pile of items, one of the clashing sounds aroused my suspicions. That is why I discovered it. Even though they disdained from caring about those items, they were ultimately golden-armored destruction devils, and how acute were their senses towards their surroundings. The clashing of the items allowed General Mo Gu to discover an item that he could not see at all. I can't see it and can't sense it, but I can touch it. General Mo Gu touched the item in his hand. It seems to be a talisman. Let me take a look. The other 5 subordinates were curious too. Chapter 984. General Mo Gu and his 5 subordinates were researching on this item. Indeed, they could not see or sense it. If not for them grabbing it personally, they would not have discovered this item. So mysterious. What's so strange about it? It said that there are all sorts of secret treasures in the world of cultivators. There are even some mysterious treasures that are formed from these treasures that have unfathomable abilities. This should be some sort of mysterious item that was formed from the primal chaos void. They spoke one sentence after another. Even though they were strong, they were innately golden-armored destruction devils. In terms of experience and understanding of the myriad existences, they were far lacking compared to cultivators. Mysterious item? General Mo Gu's eyes brightened. He grabbed it and kept it into his storage treasure. This is my treasure. Even though his 5 subordinates were curious, They did not dare to snatch it from General Mo. Mysterious item? Secret treasure? General Mo was curious too. He would occasionally research on it, but no matter how much he researched, he could not find out what use this item had. Gradually, he threw it to the back of his mind. After all, to the destruction devils, the most important thing was to slaughter, devour, and cultivate. Time passed. Within his hometown cosmos, long, the entire cosmos was rumbling. Even the material realm and dark abyss were collapsing. Many planets in the deity world were also collapsing. The cosmos had entered the final apocalypse. Within an enormous, primal, chaos-flying ship, there were many powerful existences gathered within the flying ship. They had all transcended and were at least true gods. Dongbua Shuiying and his wife Jing Qiu stood side by side. They were looking at everything happening outside through the transparent outer wall of the primal chaos-flying ship. This epic is about to end. Jing Qiu said, "Time has passed so quickly. Snow Eagle, do you still remember the first time we met in the Xia people's world, Azure River County? That time, the two of us weren't even transcendents. And now, the 8th cosmos epoch of our hometown cosmos is about to end. That time I was still very young, and you are a stage 3 world deity, reincarnated. You are much older than me. You are truly an old cow eating young grass." Dongbua Shuiying teased. Jing Qiu curled her lips. "You have experienced many time-accelerated cultivation outside. You are the old cow instead. All right. I am the old cow and you are the young grass." As the couple bickered, they felt much more relaxed. The destruction of an epoch was also a process. Although the process was relatively short, it still took hundreds of millions of years. The Almighties had all arrived on this primal chaos-flying ship and were watching the process of the cosmos epoch's destruction. They were also waiting to see if there would be any new Almighties being born in the final period of destruction. Only almighty existences that transcended the river of time could not be destroyed along with the universe epoch. Seeing the end of our homeworld's epoch, my feelings are quite complicated. Blood Blade, Primal Master, Monarch Green, and the others were also chatting. Although they had gone to the Great Void Heaven Temple a long time ago, they still wanted to come back to take a look since the era of their hometown had ended. After all, from the next cosmos epoch onwards, they would be repelled by their home cosmos and would no longer be able to enter. At that time, they would be living beings of the next cosmos epoch. Year after year passed. Dongbua Shuiying and the others were watching everything that was happening. Moreover, Dongbua Shuiying would often go to various parts of his hometown cosmos to personally guide some universe gods in the 4th heaven. He hoped that there would be a few universe gods in the 4th heaven who could transcend before the deadline, because transcendence meant survival. It was such a coincidence that there were 3 universe gods in the 4th heaven who transcended and became real gods consecutively when there were only slightly more than 1,000 years left before the destruction. Hua, home cosmos, the interior of the entire universe, was truly destroyed. All the planets, voids, and worlds shattered and turned into pure energy. It was like a huge paste that started to surge and spin. Within the paste, there was a primal chaos-flying ship that was still within. Thousands of great existences watched from afar, watching as this era turned into a huge paste. Their hearts were filled with complicated emotions because their era had produced a demon like Dongbua Shuiying. He had also brought back a large number of precious books and spread his teachings. As a result, cultivation became much easier, and the speed at which Almighties were born was much faster as well. It was only until the end of the epoch that there were so many powerful existences. But compared to the countless living beings in the cosmos, the number of powerful existences was still too little. "Let's go," Dongbua Shuiying said. He could already sense the rejection from the entire cosmos towards them. If they were below the void god realm, they would not be rejected. After all, true gods could not threaten the stability of the cosmos epoch. But void gods posed a huge threat. The cosmos would definitely force them out. Show! The primal chaos flying ship flew along the torn cosmos membrane and into the vast primal chaos void. Bringing along this group of people from the same hometown, Shui-Ing flew through the primal chaos void for a few days. He specially went to some dangerous places to let them broaden their horizons. After that, Dongbua Shui-Ing directly brought along the primal chaos flying ship and used an ultra-long-distance teleportation to arrive at the Mirage City in the 7-star oceanic sacred world. The Mirage City was one of the 13 primal chaos cities in the Great Void Heaven Temple. Dongbua Shui-Ing had an incarnation sleeping here for a long period of time and was responsible for guarding the place. Being a 9th-level primal chaos realm giant, his deterrence was huge. Even if the destruction devils had hatred and killing intent towards Dongbua Shui-Ing, they did not dare to come to the place where Dongbua Shui-Ing was located. They would be discovered the moment they entered the city. Dongbua Shui-Ing arranged for his people from the same hometown to stay in the Mirage City. As for within the Great Void Heaven Temple, not just anyone could enter. Mirage City. Because Father became the Hall Master, a new primal chaos city was constructed? Go, let us go out and have a look. Dongbua Yu, Dongbua, and Qing Yao were relatively curious. They brought along their Dao companions and good friends to have a look. 2 young masters, let me lead the way. At that moment, a butler and protector followed along. After cultivating for a long period, even though Dongbua Yu and Dongbua Qing Yao were merely at the ruler level in the laws and profound mystery system, they had reached the void god origin birth realm in the ancient cultivation system. After all, they were the children of a 9th-level primal chaos realm expert. Under the nurturing of large amounts of resources, it was relatively easier for them to cultivate in the ancient cultivation system. Being merely at the void god origin birth realm was considered relatively weak. For instance, the disciple of Dongbua Shui-Ing, Xing Huasun Yi, had easily reached the unity realm. Naturally, that was because Xing Huasun Yi was the child of Xing Hu Emperor after he reached the 9th level, and his bloodline and other aspects were relatively stronger. Dongbua Yu and Dongbua Qing Yao could barely be considered average, and their mother, Jing Qiu, had a comparatively weaker comprehension ability. The resources spent on Jing Qiu was enough to make a primal chaos realm giant feel heartache. Yet she remained at the true god ruler level. The incarnation of Dongbua Shui-Ing had awakened. He was accompanying his family and good friends in the Mirage City. Amongst the primal chaos realm, the status of Dongbua Shui-Ing was increasingly recognized, especially those at the top like Heart Imitation Religious Master and Primal Chaos Hall Master. They were treated as equals by the cosmos gods. They knew that the golden-armored destruction devils had infiltrated into the world, and that it was Dongbua Shui-Ing who was pursuing after them. He had even killed a 9th-level golden-armored destruction devil and had been bitterly pursuing after them, regardless of whether it was because of his combat power or the contributions that Dongbua Shui-Ing had made for the cultivators. The 9th-level primal chaos realm experts were filled with respect and admiration for him. The status of Dongbua Shui-Ing had allowed the cultivation journey of his children to be smoother. But Dongbua Shui-Ing himself was not satisfied. Even though he had been searching for the destruction devils, casting the illusory realm was as easy as lifting his hand. During this bitter journey, he had spent most of his time on cultivation, hoping to reach the cosmos god realm one day. Even though the road was long, he continued walking forward step by step. Chapter 985. Within the primal chaos void, there was a black river revolving around a small piece of land. There were cultivation cavern dwellings on this land, and several tens of millions of living beings. This was considered a very small place. South, a white-robed young man appeared above this black river. He looked down at the distant small land, and an illusory realm had descended, because there was no suppression from the sacred world. Dongbua Shui-Ing's illusory realm region was too vast. This land and river added up could not even cover 1/100th of the limit of Dongbua Shuiying's illusory realm. Naturally, other than Dongbua Shuiying being powerful, the main reason was that this land was too small. This Unity Realm cultivator, who lived in seclusion, had caused several tens of millions of living beings to fall into his illusory realm. Amen, isn't it? Dongbua Shuiying softly shook his head. According to the intelligence reports, the probability of them hiding in this huge region is indeed higher. Dongbua Shuiying sighed inwardly. The destruction devils did not have ultra-long distance teleportation. It was hard for them to travel through the primal chaos void in the sacred world. Those huge operations against primal chaos existences would require them to travel for a long period before arriving at a certain location. As for those small-scale massacres, the destruction devils believed that they were not willing to spend too much time on their journey. Hence, according to this point, they would draw out the surrounding regions where they would devour and slaughter. Currently, Dongbua Shuiying was focusing on investigating these regions. It's a pity that he did not have any success. The primal chaos void was simply too big. Amen. Dongbua Shuiying peered through the black fog spherical hole in all directions, searching for the next place with living beings. He would at least search for places with living beings. If the destruction devils were hiding in a certain place, they would definitely be extremely careful. Hence, peering through the black fog spherical hole was unable to hide at all. Under his observation, many scenes could be easily observed. A valley exploded. It's still a failure. The experiment has failed again. A hex cultivator who lived in seclusion here roared out angrily. There were natives living peacefully on the primal chaos land within a cosmos. There were people who believed in the ancestor mother religion. In a huge primal chaos land with trillions of living beings, outside a dilapidated shrine, there were millions of people kneeling on the ground. Sir Skywind, please save our world. Lord Skywind, please descend. Lord Tianfeng. Millions of people were yearning for it. All of them were cultivators, and even the weakest among them was at the divine spirit level. Mighty ancestor mother, mighty sacred master, almighty existences, as long as you can save our world, we are willing to believe in you. Ancestor mother, sacred master, save our world. Among them, many people were also shouting crazily. Their eyes were filled with despair. The cosmos was relatively closed off from the rest of the cosmos, and the primal chaos land and the outer world were still able to communicate with each other. Hence, they knew of the final cultivation realm, the cosmos god realm. They also knew that the legendary sacred master and ancestor mother were willing to accept faith. But in the vast primal chaos void, it was unknown how much larger it was. The supreme law was also much more mysterious and unfathomable than the laws of the cosmos. Just the mention of a name could cause both sacred master and ancestor mother to be unable to sense it. Ha ha ha! The dense fog gradually appeared in midair, and an enormous figure was faintly discernible. It's coming. It's coming. No! The people who were kneeling and praying revealed looks of terror. You are praying to old Ghost Skywind? Ha ha ha! Old Ghost Skywind has already fled and does not dare to return, yet you are still praying to him? The enormous figure in the fog let out a voice that reverberated throughout the world. I am already very benevolent. I will only devour a small portion each time. It will not harm the foundation of the entire world. You are a devil. You are treating everyone in our world as livestock, eating one batch and raising another batch. Sacred Master, Ancestor Mother, we are begging you, please kill this devil. These people were shouting with hope. The difference in strength was too great, and they could not resist at all. Facing death, they could only carry out illusory prayers. Beg? Haha, it is useless no matter who you beg. The enormous figure in the fog laughed. Through the black fog sphere, Dongbua Shuiying was able to see what was happening. Xiao, First, he teleported to a nearby location to prevent alerting the enemy. After that, he teleported directly to this primal chaos land. Beg, beg, beg louder, haha. The enormous figure had already lowered his head and was about to start devouring. And Dongbua Shui Ing suddenly appeared in the sky. An incomparably huge illusory realm descended. Not only did it envelop this land, it even enveloped the surrounding 100 times of the land. Trillions of life forms and even the void creatures hiding at the borders of the primal chaos land fell into the illusory realm. Every single one of them had their own experiences in the illusory realm. Through the illusory realm, they could understand the past experiences and desires of the trillions of life forms. Even in the illusory realm, Dongbua Shui had given them opportunities. Some had fortuitous encounters in the illusory realm and even obtained cultivation inheritances. Some had sufficient time to temper themselves in the illusory realm, allowing them to hone their powerful sword techniques. When they woke up, the majority of the primal chaos land had forgotten about it. They did not even know that they had fallen into the illusory realm. As for those who had passed through Dongbua Shuiying's test and obtained fortuitous encounters, they could clearly remember everything that they had experienced in the illusory realm. Furthermore, the inheritances they obtained were much stronger than the strongest inheritances on this land. As for the devils were killed by Dongbua Shuiying in the illusory realm. I didn't find them again, but there are indeed some decent young fellows. Dongbua Shuiying chuckled before leaving this primal chaos land. Very few of those who woke up in the primal chaos land could still remember their teachers, seniors, and experts. Old Ancestor Snow Eagle, Island Master Dongbo, Guest of Dongbo. Dongbua Shuiying continued walking around in search of traces of destruction devils. As he executed the illusory realm, he was also continuously challenging his limits. Currently, he could allow the trillions of life forms to have their own encounters with a single thought. Furthermore, they were not chaotic at all and had their own rules. Living in the illusory realm was similar to living in reality. The operation of the internal laws was not much different from the operation of a cosmos. What they learned in the illusory realm and how they cultivated was a genuine improvement. Within the illusory realm, 100 years might have passed in just a short moment. And this 100 years of cultivation was a genuine improvement. This was absolutely a heaven-defying time acceleration technique. Amen? Standing alone in the vast primal chaos void, Dongbua Shuiying casually waved his hand, causing an illusory realm world to form. It enveloped a cultivator living in seclusion in the distance. But when he executed it, Dongbua Shuiying felt a strange sense of beauty. It was too beautiful. Having the experience of creating the destruction flower, Dongbua Shuiying revealed a joyous look. There were no destruction devils in the distant seclusion grounds, but Dongbua Shuiying was not disappointed at all. Instead, he was wild with joy. This illusory realm world. Dongbua Shuiying was incredibly excited. Finally succeeded. He had always been chasing after it. He was chasing after raising his Tao of Mirage to the 9th level. One had to know that the limit of the Cinnabar inheritance was merely the 9th transformation of Cinnabar, and that was merely at the 8th level strength. It was too difficult to reach the 9th level on a single path. Dongbua Shuiying had created the 3rd style of the destruction flower just a few tens of billions of years after leaving the Void Castle. But now, it had been 1 trillion years since he left the Void Castle. His accumulations were sufficient, and he had his own understanding of the cosmos God realm. But it was too difficult to take the step. An illusory realm world at the 9th level. Dongbua Shuiying revealed a grin. He was satisfied. This illusory realm world already had part of the cosmos God realm. At least, it was still lacking in some aspects. Hence, it was only at the 9th level. My Cinnabar inheritance. With a thought, Dongbua Shuiying immediately began modifying the structure of the illusory realm world within his Cinnabar inheritance. The illusory realm world of Cinnabar Inheritance had been modified many times in the past, yet there had never been any qualitative change. But this time it was different. Hong long long, his soul was ringing. The qualitative change of the Cinnabar Inheritance had strengthened his soul. A resounding cry reverberated across the endless void. A huge and beautiful Cinnabar appeared behind Dongbua Shuang. It was incomparably huge, and its fiery red wings enveloped in all directions. Its power was so great that it caused many worlds to appear in the surrounding billions of kilometers. Within the illusory realm world, myriad existences were gradually being born. To those myriad existences, this illusory realm world was real. Clearly, Dongbua Shuang's illusory realm world was quite lacking compared to the real cosmos. This is the 10th transformation of Cinnabar. Dongbua Shuang thought as he felt his soul becoming stronger. Today he was participating in an activity in SH, and it was slightly late for him to reach the hotel. Damn, it was already one night today. He would first record the debt in his account. Asterisk. Chapter 986. After creating the unprecedented 10th transformation of Cinnabar, even though Dongbua Shuang felt excited and joyful, he understood in his heart that there was an even greater difficulty ahead of him, becoming a cosmos god. This was the final realm of cultivation, and also the final major realm breakthrough. As for the so-called first level, second level, and third level cosmos god, they were merely 3 levels within the cosmos god great realm. I can create the 3rd style of the destruction flower and the 10th transformation of Cinnabar. These are 2 9th level techniques, and I believe it is possible for me to break through to the cosmos god realm. Dongbua Shuang became more confident. Other 9th level primal chaos giants would usually grasp a single 9th level technique. Yet he currently grasped 2. So, Dongbua Shuang continued traveling across the primal chaos void. Even though he was considered young amongst primal chaos giants, in terms of understanding of the primal chaos void and the number of mystical and hidden places he had visited, he would most likely be ranked at the forefront. This kind of crazy exploration had also allowed Dongbua Shuang to obtain some precious materials, but given his realm, he did not care too much about these. There isn't anything here either. Standing on a piece of desolate primal chaos void land, the white-robed Dongbua Shuang stood there. He was once again peering through the black fog spherical hole. Many traces of life were being peeped through. There was a primal chaos land, there was a cosmos, and there was a cavern dwelling hidden in seclusion. Amen? Dongbua Shuang peered through more than 1,000 places before his expression suddenly changed. As he peeped through, there was a cavern dwelling hidden on top of a fiery red boulder in the void. There were 6 cultivators within the cavern dwelling, and they seemed to be at the Unity realm. Within one of the palace halls of this cavern dwelling, there was a triangular-eyed male seated on a throne. He was casually flipping through an absolute art scripture. Suddenly, he waved his hand, causing more than 1,000 figures to appear in this palace hall. These people who were teleported out were relatively weak. Most of them were at the deity or world deity realm. There were only 2 at the true god realm. Devil. When the 1,000+ people were teleported out, expressions of shock and anger appeared on their faces. However, under the pressure of that invisible power, they were unable to resist. You are just food. Don't resist. The triangular-eyed man laughed strangely. His fierce eyes looked at the cultivators. Swoosh. When Dongbua Shuang saw this, his expression changed. Another evil demon? A devour-type cultivator? He did not think that the other party was a destruction devil, because over the long years he had chased after and killed too many devils, and countless devils had been killed by him. So when he encountered this kind of thing, his first reaction was that he had encountered another evil devil. Shuang would kill those cultivators who wantonly devoured humans without mercy the moment he met them. Immediately, Dongbua Shuang teleported close to the location and teleported over. the fiery red boulder, the cave dwelling, the hall. General Mo sat high up, his evil eyes surveying the thousands of weak cultivators below him. Looking at their despairing and angry expressions as well as their curses, General Mo became even happier. Ha ha ha, no matter how much you curse, you will just be food. Devil, evil devil. These cultivators looked at General Mo, who was emitting a bloody and brutal aura. Their hearts were filled with endless resentment, because countless cultivators like them were captured alive, they were kept in captivity, and then they were transported out in waves. They could guess that it would not be a good ending for them after being teleported out. Ha ha ha, that's right. I am an evil devil, a devil. General Emogu laughed before opening his mouth. A devouring energy enveloped those 1,000+ cultivators. But at this moment, a white-robed young man appeared above the fiery red boulder. Humph! A cold snort. The illusory realm descended. The grand illusory realm was endless. Being a 9th-level technique, a technique at the cosmos god level, not only did it cover a vast area, its power was horrifying too. Within this cavern dwelling, there were a total of 6 destruction devils, including General Mo. General Mo was preparing to devour them. When the illusory realm descended, he could not resist at all and fell into the illusory realm. He was completely blinded. Actually, even if General Mo displayed his shadowless, he would still fall into the illusory realm if he happened to be within the region of the illusory realm. Because the greatest weakness of General Mo, who had the shadowless talent, was his soul. The illusory realm directly targeted the soul. His willpower was far from sufficient, and he naturally fell for it. If General Mo's willpower was strong, it would be much more frightening. One had to know that in terms of techniques that targeted the soul, Dongbua Shueing was faintly ranked first amongst the cultivators. Only heart imitation, religious master, could compare with him. As for cosmos gods, like Forefather Tianyu, Sword Master, Blade Emperor, Jade Light Master, Jezu, Sacred Master, and Ancestor Mother, none of them specialized in soul attacks. For instance, Wu Zu, even though he had some soul attack techniques, this was ultimately not the path he took to become a cosmos god. Every ultra-strong expert had their own specialties. Dongbua Shueing specialized in the Tao of Mirage. Furthermore, he had pushed it to the 9th level, and in terms of profoundness, he could barely reach the cosmos god level. Cultivators had their own Tao paths. There was not a single cosmos god who relied on soul techniques to become a cosmos god. Hence, in terms of dealing against the soul, Dongbua Shueing was faintly ranked first. These destruction devils that were nurtured within the nest were relatively weaker in terms of their heart temperament compared to cultivators. Hence, the other 5 destruction devils within the cavern dwelling became numb one after another. Their bodies softened and fell down one after another. Only one of them staggered, yet his eyes lit up. He roared out with shock and anger, Dongbua Shueing, including General Mo. All 5 of them fell down and fell into the illusory realm. Only one of them could barely maintain his consciousness. One had to know, this team had 2 9th-level experts, and the rest were at the peak of the 8th level. Clearly, one of the 9th-level experts had fallen into the illusory realm and could not resist at all. If a cultivator at the 9th level was here, they might be affected by the terrifying illusory realm created by Dongbua Shueing, and could only exert a small portion of their strength. But it was impossible for them to fall into a state of complete helplessness. Nonetheless, only one of the destruction devils could maintain his consciousness. The moment they fell down, they could no longer maintain the secret technique of concealing their aura. Naturally, all of them released their aura. They did not conceal their aura of destruction, and the moment they released their aura, they suffered from the rejection of the supreme law. Destruction devils. Dongbua Shueing was greatly startled too. It had been too long. Dongbua Shueing had not reaped any harvest for more than 1 trillion years. Even though he had drawn out some regions with a higher probability based on the intelligence reports he had been pursuing for far too long. He had killed countless devils over such a long period. He even thought that he had only met some devils this time. But in the end, it was a huge surprise, and there were a total of 6 destruction devils. This was an unprecedented harvest. After suffering came happiness. He had finally reaped some rewards after working hard for 1,000,000,000 years. Chapter 987. That only destruction devil who remained conscious had long stepped into the 9th level. His heart, tempering, and willpower had reached a level comparable to the cultivators at the 9th level primal chaos realm. That was why he and another destruction devil led a team to protect General Emogu. No. This destruction devil waved his hand and kept the 2 comrades by his side into his Eden treasure. After that, his figure flashed and pounced into the palace hall. His speed was too fast. Even though Dongbua Shueing had immediately unleashed his destruction flower to this 9th level destruction devil, just a distance of half a kilometer was easily covered. Dongbua Shueing's destruction flower was slightly slower by a step. Keep. Just as he kept the fallen General Emogu into his Eden treasure, the black-colored, 9-petaled flower descended. The 9-petaled flower completely enveloped him. There were a total of 6 flowers, with the bigger flower enveloping the smaller flower. He was completely trapped within. At the same time, another 9-petaled flower descended and enveloped the other 2 destruction devils who fell into the illusory realm. Fortunately, Dongbua Shueing was still relatively relaxed. Because the 6 destruction devils, there was no need to mention about the 2 who fell into the illusory realm. Their lives were in his hands. As for that 9th level destruction devil and the 3 he saved, they had also fallen into the 6th 9-petaled flower and could not escape. His illusory realm had already spread out. Hung behind Dongbua Shueing, an enormous fiery red cinnabar god bird appeared. As it flapped its enormous wings, a red aura spread out in all directions. Relying on the ancient cultivation inheritance to cast the illusory realm, that red aura enveloped that destruction devil who remained conscious. He had already revealed his true appearance, a tall and big golden-armored destruction devil with a single horn. Dongbua Shueing. The single-horned, golden-armored destruction devil had a savage expression. His single horn was incredibly sharp. He let out a furious roar. He was furious and desperate. He felt despair for his own fate and for General Emogu. Protecting General Emogu was his mission, but he could feel that incomparably horrifying illusory realm. His willpower had to spend a large portion of his heart force resisting against this illusory realm. In his opinion, there were only a few golden-armored destruction devils who could resist against this illusory realm. Die. Dongbua Shueing took a step forward and collected the thousands of innocent cultivators who had fallen into the illusion. At the same time, with a thought, the 9-petaled flower started to destroy itself. Boom, boom, boom. The 9-petaled flower enveloping the horned, golden-armored, devilish lord began to crumble and vanish. At the same time, Dongbua Shueing unleashed a new 9-petal flower. Flowers were annihilated one by one and born one by one. Meanwhile, the horned, golden-armored devil was enduring the terrifying attacks. He roared as wounds appeared on his body over and over again, but they healed over and over again. Within the Grotto Heaven treasure, the 3 destruction devils that were saved were here, and one of them was General Emogu. There was no illusory realm here, and they had regained their consciousness. What happened? The 3 of them stood there in a daze. Swish! A wisp of golden light descended and turned into the clone of the single-horned, golden-armored fiend. He glanced around and said in a low voice, Dongbua Shueing has discovered us. The 3 of you have fallen into an illusion just now. Illusory realm? The 3 of them were startled and furious. According to the intelligence, Dongbua Shueing's 9-petaled flower was extremely formidable. The moment they were trapped, even ninth-level destruction devils could not escape. We can't escape. The single-horned, golden-armored, devilish lord shook his head. There is no more hope. His illusory realm completely counters General Emogu. Furthermore, I believe that the cosmos gods from the cultivator side are rushing over and will be arriving soon. Of the 6 of us, only I can maintain my consciousness, and I can only unleash part of my strength and can't break apart his 9-petaled flower. Instead, I am getting injured. No, no, impossible. General Emogu roared. He revealed his true body. His entire body was covered in fine golden scales. Only his head had 3 black, curved horns that pointed forward. It's impossible for me to die here. Absolutely impossible. General Emogu was unwilling to believe it. Ever since he was born, his status was incomparably noble. And even the kings attached great importance to him. He stood above almost all the other golden-armored devils. After coming to the world of cultivators, his days became even more wonderful. He felt that he could wantonly devour the lives of cultivators. His strength was also improving. He felt that he would reach the 9th level in the future and even become a king in the future. He was ambitious. He felt that with his talent, he could become the strongest king after becoming a king. But now, Dongbua Shueing suddenly descended and destroyed everything. Kill yourself, the single-horned, golden-armored, devilish lord said. Landing in the hands of cultivators will reveal much of our intelligence. If you don't believe me, you can look outside. 1. The Eden treasure warped in midair. One could see the battle scene outside. The true body of the single-horned, golden-armored, devilish lord was fighting wantonly, yet he was already riddled with scars. Furthermore, he was surrounded by many enormous black flowers. We are finished. Dongbua Shueing. 2 golden-armored, devilish lords roared, yet their bodies began disintegrating. No, I don't believe it. My shadowless talent will definitely allow me to escape. General Emogu's body instantly disappeared. Clearly, he had completely shadowless. If you go out, you will be captured alive by him. The single-horned, golden-armored, devilish lord anxiously roared. But General Emogu had already disappeared. Clearly, General Emogu was unwilling to give up. He was extremely confident in his talent. He felt that the reason he had been attacked previously was because he had not used his talent. As long as he immediately teleported out, the 9-petaled flowers would not obstruct him at all. He had a chance of escaping. I will definitely be able to escape. I definitely can. General Emogu easily passed through the Eden treasure and arrived in the outside world. Once he arrived, he immediately teleported. But the illusory realm was constantly being maintained. It was constantly suppressing the single-horned, golden-armored, devilish lord and causing the other 2 to continue sleeping. But the moment General Emogu left the Eden treasure and arrived in the outside world, he immediately fell into the illusory realm. He did not even have the slightest ability to resist. Damn! The single-horned, golden-armored, devilish lord looked at General Emogu's body that had appeared out of thin air. He could not help but be furious. Die! The single-horned, golden-armored, devilish lord turned into countless golden lights that tunneled into the body of General Emogu. Just like how the cultivators could kill one another, the golden-armored, devilish lord could also kill one another. For the sake of not letting General Emogu fall into the hands of the cultivators, the single-horned, golden-armored, devilish lord had immediately tunneled in and destroyed General Emogu's soul. He was also destroying General Emogu's body. But even though General Emogu's body was destroyed, his scaled armor remained and could not be destroyed. The distant space began distorting. It's a pity that they captured 2 of them alive. The single-horned, golden-armored, devilish lord immediately took the initiative to destroy himself. Snow Eagle, how is it? the black-robed, green-haired male, void primogenitor, appeared with a chuckle. We discovered 6 destruction devils, for should have died and 2 were captured alive. Dongbue Shui-ing chuckled and said, following that, he waved his hand and searched through the Eden treasure of the single-horned, golden-armored, devilish lord. It's a pity that he could not find the golden-armored, devilish lord. Clearly, the other 2 had already killed themselves. This was within his expectations. Very soon, Wu Zhu and Blade Emperor arrived one after another. 2 were captured alive. Wu Zhu and Blade Emperor looked at the 2 golden-armored devilish devils who had fallen into a deep sleep. One was at the peak of the 8th level, and the other was at the 9th level. Such a formidable illusory realm. Even though Dongbue Shui-ing had started reducing the region of the illusory realm, Wu Zhu and the others were still affected by the illusory realm when they got closer. They had never encountered such a terrifying illusory realm before. Even though there were quite a few ancient cultivators at the primal chaos realm who specialized in the illusory realm, they were far inferior to Dongbue Shui. Chapter 988. Wu Zhu and Blade Emperor had to admit that even at their level, they could feel waves of illusory feeling assaulting their souls, forcing them to divert some of their heart force to resist against the illusory realm. It can already affect us now. If Dongbue Shui-ing could become a cosmos god using the Tao of Mirage, then his illusory realm would be even more frightening. By then, even we have to divert a portion of our heart force to resist against it. Wu Zhu transmitted. Blade Emperor agreed. A cosmos god who cultivated the Tao of Mirage might not be formidable in direct combat, but in a battle between many cosmos gods, relying on the illusory realm to influence the enemy would be of great use. His techniques against the soul are purer and more direct than heart imitation. Blade Emperor said, heart imitation, religious master, was his subordinate. As the 2 of them conversed, they walked towards the 2 sleeping, golden-armored destruction devils. These 2 golden-armored destruction devils had been teleported together by Dongbue Shui, but after falling into the illusory realm, even if he killed them, they would be willing to die and would not wake up from it. This was absolute oblivion. The 2 golden-armored destruction devils in front of them were emitting a wicked, destructive aura, though their appearances were still disguised as cultivators. South, Dongbue Shui went to the side to collect the spoils of war. At the same time, his gaze was attracted by the scales left behind by General Mo. Originally, he was still rejoicing that he had finally gotten the materials left behind by the golden-armored destruction devils. The golden-armored destruction devils could transform into a wicked, destructive energy. Hence, most of them would be completely annihilated after death. Only a few of them would leave behind the materials left behind, and most of them could be sold for a high price. Amen. Dongbue Shui was soon attracted by the fine golden scales. On the scales, there was some faintly discernible light revolving. Dongbue Shui had already cultivated the walker's hidden secret to the 50th level realm. He had also spent a long time in the Lost World corridor researching the profound mysteries of the void. In addition to the complete 2nd and 3rd diagram of the Emperor Jian 4 diagrams, he had cultivated them to a relatively profound realm. At this moment, when he looked at the scales, especially the faintly discernible rays of light flowing on the scales, he immediately discovered some of the mysteries of voidification. It seems to be simpler and more direct than Emperor Jian's 2nd painting. Dongbue Shui felt a sense of simplicity. The technique that Emperor Jian had invented was too complicated. These scales, but it was truly simple. Good treasure. Dongbue Shui immediately woke up. He understood that he needed time to study the remaining scales. To him, the scaled armor wasn't for him to sell origin world stones. It was more suitable for him to study the profound mysteries hidden within. This was the laws and profound mystery system. Everything depended on the true essence and profound mysteries behind it. Snow Eagle. A voice rang in his ears. Dongbua Shui-ing was shocked as he looked at the void primogenitor beside him. The black-robed, green-haired void primogenitor's eyes lit up as he looked at the scaled armor. He muttered, "With your realm, you should be able to see the profound mysteries of the void contained within this scaled armor, right? It is completely different from the Walker's Hidden Secret that I had created. Only when my Walker's Hidden Secret reaches large success would it be able to reach the pinnacle of voidification, and it seems to be much more concise than what I had comprehended. It is so concise and beautiful, too wonderful. I know that you, Snow Eagle, must comprehend this scaled armor. This is your spoil of war, and I won't force you. However, when my incarnation comes to your great void heaven temple, you must let me comprehend it together with you. I will comprehend it together with Ancestor. At that time, I'm afraid I will need Ancestor's guidance." Dongbua Shui-ing smiled. Void primogenitor. What realm was he at? The primogenitor who created the Void Walker lineage had extraordinary comprehension abilities. Naturally, he could tell that the scaled armor was extraordinary with a single glance. Furthermore, the Void Walker lineage was originally proficient in voidification. The Void primogenitor had already reached the pinnacle of voidification. However, regardless of whether it was him or Emperor June, both of them had comprehended the pinnacle of voidification techniques. In terms of the conciseness of their techniques, the profundities on the scaled armor were the most concise. Secondly, the techniques Emperor June comprehended were also concise. Lastly, the Void primogenitor created the Walker's Hidden Secret. Dongbua Shui-ing was also happy to agree. After all, the Void primogenitor's research might be deeper than his. At that time, the Void primogenitor might even be able to help him. Who? Dongbua Shui-ing waved his hand and kept the scaled armor. Dongbua Shui-ing. Wu Zu spoke. Dongbua Shui-ing and Void primogenitor walked over. Void primogenitor had to divert 20% to 30% of his heart force to resist against the illusory realm. He could not help but chuckle at Dongbua Shui-ing. Snow Eagle, if you were to break through to the Cosmos God realm using the Tao of Mirage, I would most likely not have much strength left under your illusory realm. How hard is it to become a Cosmos God? Dongbua Shui-ing said. Dongbua Shui-ing, you interrogate the two of them. Wu Zu pointed to the two sleeping, golden-armored destruction devils by the side. How did they get through the spatial barrier, and what secrets do they have? All right. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded. He immediately began interrogating them through the illusory realm. Even though these two golden-armored destruction devils were captured alive, it was troublesome to interrogate them because their souls were too powerful. Trying to search their souls? Most likely, they could only search through some fragmented information before their souls shattered. Dongbua Shui-ing's illusory realm could be stealthily guided within the illusory realm, allowing him to probe through everything. Time passed by second. Ancestor Sorcerer, Blade Emperor, and Void Primogenitor were watching from the side. Shui-ing was controlling the illusory realm to deliberately guide these two golden-armored destruction devils, interrogating them for all sorts of information. He was even comparing the information provided by the two golden-armored destruction devils. Gradually, Shui-ing became more and more astonished. I'm done interrogating them. Dongbua Shui-ing turned around and said, How is it? Wu Zu, Blade Emperor, and Void Primogenitor anxiously asked. They had always wanted to know how the destruction devils got through the spatial barrier. Only by knowing the reason would they have the means to deal with them. Dongbua Shui-ing added. Ever since the golden-armored destruction devils were born, they have all sorts of talents. Some specialize in bewitchment, some control flames, and some control space, of which there are two golden-armored destruction devils with terrifying talents. Within the destruction devils, this talent is called shadowless. The moment they use this talent, They would be able to fuse with space as one entity. By then, unless they could destroy the essence of space, it would be impossible to injure them, since they are one entity with the essence of space. Unless they could isolate the essence of space, they could easily penetrate through it. What? Wu Zu and Blade Emperor were startled. Pinnacle of voidification? Void primogenitor's expression turned cold. Pinnacle of voidification? Wu Zu, Blade Emperor, and Void Primogenitor understood. Emperor Jiyun and Void Primogenitor could reach this stage of absolute perfection, and they naturally understood it too. But it was extremely difficult to do so. One had to know that Emperor Jiyun and Void Primogenitor were both cosmos gods in the void aspect. But one of the destruction devils, who had the shadowless talent, has died. Dongbua Shueying said he is ultimately a golden-armored destruction devil, and his heart and willpower are slightly weaker. He fell for my illusory realm. I guess this should be the material of his body. Saying that, he waved his hand, causing those fine golden scales to appear. Voidification? Wu Zu and Blade Emperor looked at it. Void Primogenitor added, "This scaled armor contains the profound mystery of voidification. This is the spoil of war of Dongbua Shueying, and you can't snatch it from him. He has agreed to let me comprehend it by the side. The few of us will naturally not snatch it from him. Dongbua Shueying has contributed so much, and we don't even have the time to compensate him." Wu Zu said. He pointed to the two sleeping golden-armored destruction devils. "In a while I'll seal the souls of the two of them, preventing them from committing suicide. The two of them will be temporarily locked up by you, Dongbua Shueying. If there are any questions, I'll let Dongbua Shueying interrogate them." "All right." Dongbua Shueying nodded. "How about this? Since you can't kill the two of them temporarily, it will be a loss to you. Rest assured, we'll remember your contribution, and we will definitely not mistreat you." Wu Zu said, "Also, I'll occasionally send an incarnation to the Great Void Heaven Temple. By then, you can't hide this scaled armor. You have to let me have a good look at it." Being the ancestor of hex cultivation, he was passionate about researching the myriad existences. This scaled armor contained the profound mystery of voidification and was clearly precious. Chapter 989. Since we understand that they relied on voidification, we have to think of ways to break it. Wu Zu frowned and shook his head. "It is said that Emperor Jiyun had a way to break it. If I were to use my absolute move, I could do it within a short period. But it is not quite possible to do so in this enormous spatial barrier." Blade Emperor and Void Primogenitor nodded. The spatial barrier was too vast. It surrounded the Lost World corridor, the inner region and the outer region. It was a complete seal. Such a vast area. Emperor Jiyun could use these techniques on arrays, but it was a pity that he died. Wu Zu and the others could not seal the voidification over a large area. It seems we can only target the weakness of the individual. Wu Zu said, "Amen, one has died because his soul and willpower are not strong enough. This is the weakness of the soul." Blade Emperor nodded. Dongbua Shueying said, "I found out during the interrogation that the one who died was newly born. He is currently at the peak of the 8th level. In terms of soul and willpower, he should be at the bottom, even amongst peak 8th level golden-armored destruction devils." That was indeed the case. General Mo Gu was so powerful because the kings favored him. His attainments in soul and willpower were comparatively weaker. As for the other one who has the shadowless talent, he has reached the 9th level. Dongbua Shueying said, "It will be troublesome to deal against his soul." Even he did not have the confidence. As for the golden-armored destruction devils at the 9th level, he could deal against those with a weak heart temperament. But those with a strong heart and willpower could still maintain their consciousness under the illusory realm. Like this time, that single-horned golden-armored destruction devil was able to maintain his consciousness. The final, golden-armored destruction devil with the shadowless talent could maintain his consciousness even when facing Dongbua Shui Ying's illusory realm. With his talent, he could easily escape. In terms of dealing against the soul, Dongbua, you are considered number one. Wu Zu shook his head. Even though I have some techniques, I do not specialize in studying the soul. Blade Emperor and Void Primogenitor became silent. It seemed none of the newly born cosmos gods specialized in dealing against the soul. There are no direct methods. Wu Zu said, then we can only use some stupid methods to increase the difficulty of the void form penetration. Once we confirm his position, Jie Zhu will be able to break his void form method. Dongbua Shui Ying immediately understood what was going on. Wu Zu would need to execute some sort of ultimate move to break the formation, but Jie Zhu would be able to do it in an instant. Hence, it was more suitable for him to make a move. Oh, right. Dongbua Shui Ying added. I've also found out that there are a total of 11 kings on the side of the destruction devils. Actually, there were a total of 15 in history, and 4 have died. Among the 11 kings, there is one called Emperor Jun who is the strongest. 11. Wu Zu, Blade Emperor, and Void Primogenitor's expressions changed. They are actually hiding so much strength. Blade Emperor asked, Dongbua, have you found out how many golden-armored graded lairs they have? I've asked them before. This is a secret amongst the destruction devils, and they aren't too clear about it. But it shouldn't be a lot. Dongbua Shui Ying said, I reckon there shouldn't be more than 10. The harvest this time was huge. The cultivators had truly peeked through the strength of the destruction devils. They even knew how the destruction devils could penetrate through the spatial barrier. Dongbua Shui Ying had even eliminated one of the 2 destruction devils with the shadowless talent. And on the other side, the destruction devils were infuriated. General Mo Gu has already been exposed. We are only left with one person with the shadowless talent, General Fu Qian. This time, there are even golden-armored destruction devils who were captured alive. They are the protectors of General Mo Gu and know of his talent. This shadowless talent will definitely be exposed. From now on, we will not casually start a war. All of us have been to the cultivator world before. Hence, we should stay in the Lost World corridor peacefully. We will wait for the second person with the shadowless talent to appear before starting a war. We can't afford to lose. It's that Dongbua Shui Ying again. Damn. Everyone bear with it. The longer we wait, the greater our advantage will be. By then, we don't have to sneak through and can directly break through the spatial barrier. Amen, we can only bear with it. The destruction devils were rapidly changing their strategy. After all, they were only left with one person with the shadowless talent, and they could not afford to lose. Great Void Heaven Temple. The Mirage Palace, cavern dwelling, occupied a huge area. This was, after all, one of the 13 palaces in the Great Void Heaven Temple. Amazing, amazing. Void Primogenitor sat there looking at the fine golden-scaled armor hanging in the distance. Void Primogenitor was startled as he watched. He had reached the pinnacle of the void, and thus had a deep understanding of the profound mysteries of this fine, golden-scaled armor. Wu Zu had also sent his incarnation over. He was carefully observing the armor, frowning and shaking his head at times. Dongbua Shui Ying was also researching it. Pinnacle of voidification? Sword Master and Forefather Tian, you are also looking at that scaled armor from the side. Even Devil Mountain Primogenitor had sent his incarnation to sit by the side and watch while drinking. Clearly, many cosmos gods desired to have the pinnacle of voidification technique, because with this technique and their cosmos god souls, ordinary attacks would be ineffective against them. Normal attacks were useless against them. Even the Sacred Master would find it difficult to kill them. But it was difficult to reach the pinnacle of voidification. Even Gu Qi had not reached absolute perfection in it. Previously, Only Emperor Juyun and Void, Primogenitor, had achieved it. Clearly, they had a high requirement for their attainments in the Void aspect, and this scaled armor seemed to be much simpler, giving the Cosmos gods hope of learning it. Too difficult. Too difficult. Devil Mountain, Primogenitor, shook his head as he drank. Dongbua Shui experienced it deeply. After all, he was a Void Walker and had reached the 50th level realm. He also had the 4 diagrams absolute art from Emperor Juyun. In terms of foundation in the Void aspect, only Void Primogenitor had a higher understanding than him. As for the other Cosmos gods, they could not compare to him in the Void aspect. With a group of Cosmos god incarnations here, Dongbua Shui studied them for a while before returning to his cultivation room. He closed the cultivation room. Given the techniques of the Great Void Heaven Temple and Dongbua Shui's illusory realm technique, nobody could spy on what was happening within the cultivation room. I haven't checked the spoils of war this time. Dongbua Shui waved his hand. This time, of the 6 destruction devils, 4 died, and 2 had their souls temporarily sealed within the Great Void Heaven Temple. Naturally, the treasures were in his hands. He easily refined them and began pouring out the items within. Large amounts of items kept appearing. Fortunately, being one of the hall masters, this cultivation room occupied a huge area, spanning a few kilometers. It could be used to practice his techniques. These cultivator treasures should be obtained after killing the cultivators, right? Dongbua Shui felt slightly frustrated as he looked at it. Very soon, all the treasures were brought out. Dongbua Shui even discovered a large number of cultivators trapped within some of the Eden treasures. Dongbua Shui had also decided that he would set these cultivators free after some time. Large amounts of items were brought out. They clashed against each other and formed a small mountain. Amen. Waiting until it gradually calmed down, Dongbua Shui's gaze landed on a particular location on this small mountain. That place was clearly empty, yet it seemed like there was a transparent item supporting other items. Furthermore, with Dongbua Shui's absolute control over his surroundings, he was able to discover the minute clashing sounds here. It is transparent. I can't see it. Even my domain can't detect its existence. Dongbua Shui walked over with a startled expression. As he got closer, that originally transparent item gradually became visible. It was a scarlet plate. There were profound words on it, and one could understand its meaning with a single look. It was the 3 words Realm Heart Order. The Realm Heart Order was incredibly mysterious. Only by obtaining its recognition could one see it and obtain it. Otherwise, one would not be able to see it even if it was right in front of him. Chapter 990. Dongbua Shui was incredibly startled. Previously, he could not see or sense it, but when he got closer, the token actually appeared and he could sense it. Realm Heart Order. Dongbua Shui extended his hand to pick up the Realm Heart Order. The token was slightly cold at first, but it gradually became warm. Dongbua Shui revealed a look of bewilderment. Given his current identity, he understood many secrets and rare treasures. He had never heard of the Realm Heart Order before, but he could see that this Realm Heart Order was extraordinary. It is a token and there are words on it. Unless it was refined by a mysterious expert, Dongbua Shui thought. There were indeed some secret treasures with mysterious origins in the primal chaos void. This Realm Heart Order seemed to be one of them. He then began sending a strand of consciousness into the Realm Heart Order to investigate. Wang. At the moment when his consciousness permeated the Realm Heart Order, the Realm Heart Order immediately melted. It followed the ripple of consciousness and tunneled into the soul of Dongbua Shui. Not good. Dongbua Shui was startled. The soul was the core of life of a cultivator. What would happen if an external object tunneled into his soul? Wang. The Realm Heart Order turned into a scarlet energy that fused into his soul. At the same time, a large amount of information was transmitted to Dongbua Shuang. Dongbua Shui gradually revealed a look of astonishment. The realm heart order was refined by an extremely mysterious existence called Yuan. It was also an opportunity to aid the later generations in their cultivation. By activating the energy of the realm heart order, under the protection of the realm heart order, one could reincarnate into another enormous world, not any weaker than the primal chaos void, the realm heart great land. The realm heart great land was at the same level as the primal chaos void, though its foundation was deeper. Furthermore, experiencing two different supreme law origin worlds would be of great help to becoming a cosmos god. Those who were stuck at the primal chaos realm bottleneck could choose to activate the realm heart order and reincarnate into the realm heart great land. After being tempered in the two origin worlds, the chances of becoming a cosmos god would greatly increase. In addition to the deeper foundation of the realm heart great land, but the moment they reincarnated, he had to become a cosmos god before he could activate the realm heart order again and reincarnate back into the primal chaos void. The energy of the realm heart order would be completely depleted. Reincarnation. Dongbua Shuang was in disbelief. Don't tell me this is some kind of conspiracy. Within the universe, there were also reincarnations. Back then, his wife, Jing Qiu, had reincarnated into the material realm. With a bit of her true spirit, she was not rejected by the material realm. However, his memories would only be awakened when he became a god. And according to what the realm heart order said, with the protection of the realm heart order, those who reincarnated into the realm heart great land would have their memories completely protected. However, would Dongbua Shuang dare to believe it? Abandon everything? Abandon my current body and soul? Isn't that suicide? Dongbua Shuang shook his head. Furthermore, the information transmitted by the realm heart order is definitely real. That Yuan refined this order token with good intentions? It might be a conspiracy. Although this mysterious expert called Yuan might be kind and give the cultivators another opportunity, it was impossible for him to do so. But there was another possibility Yuan might be a conspiracy. For instance, if he abandoned his fleshy body and soul, allowing a strand of true spirit to enter the realm heart order, the realm heart order might seize the chance to seize his body. Most likely, only cultivators who are stuck at the pinnacle of primal chaos realm would be willing to bet everything on this path. Dongbua Shuang thought, no matter what, he, Dongbua Shuang, had an overwhelming talent. He had cultivated for a short period, yet he had grasped two great ninth-level techniques. He was confident of stepping into the cosmos god realm. Naturally, he would not gamble on activating the realm heart order. Expel. Dongbua Shuang immediately wanted to expel that scarlet energy entrenched in his soul. After all, he was not at ease with this mutated energy entrenched in the core of his soul. Wang. No matter how he tried to expel it, the mutated energy formed by the realm heart order remained entrenched in his soul. He could not expel it at all. Damn! Dongbua Shuang's expression changed. The moment he probed it, it had tunneled in. Now he could not expel it at all. A piece of command token could forcefully tunnel into my soul, and I can't expel it at all. This technique is quite formidable. Dongbua Shuang thought. Who exactly is this person called Yuan? Why haven't I heard of him before? With such a formidable technique, the information transmitted by the realm heart order might be real. It might be real, or it might be fake. He, Dongbua Shuang, had a bright future ahead of him. It was impossible for him to abandon his fleshy body and soul. Since I can't expel it, I can only temporarily cast it aside. Dongbua Shuang felt helpless. But the realm heart great land mentioned in this information is actually an origin world on the same level as the primal chaos void. It has a different supreme law. Furthermore, its foundation is deeper. Dongbua Shuang began pondering. Ever since he could teleport through an ultra-long distance, Shui-Ing had thought of the possibility that the primal chaos, void, might not be unique in its own right. And now, judging from the Realm Heart Order, the Realm Heart Great Land should be on the same level as the primal chaos, void with a much deeper foundation. Dongbua Shui-Ing could not do anything against the Realm Heart Order, and he did not plan on abandoning his fleshy body and soul to reincarnate. Hence, he temporarily cast it aside. Within the primal chaos void, there was an incomparably vast sea of fire. At the center of the sea of fire, there was an incomparably huge fire star. Its power was endless, and even cosmos gods would pale when facing it. If they were too close to it, their bodies would be incinerated. This fire star was the sun star during the era of the primitive ancient sacred world. In the past, the primitive ancient sacred world had the largest sun star and a moon star revolving around it. Later on, the primitive ancient sacred world shattered, and this most primitive sun star naturally flew far away. After all, the current ancient sacred world was too small. It could not withstand the pressure formed by the most primitive sun star and moon star revolving around it. It drifted here, suppressing all directions. It was also a manifestation of the supreme law. It represented extreme heat and explosion. To cosmos gods, it posed a threat to their lives. Oh, in the interior of the primordial sun star, there were explosions at all times, and there were also flames that roiled like dragons. And at this moment, an incomparably huge black figure slowly appeared on the surface of the primordial sun star. When it appeared, it occupied about 1/3 of the entire primordial sun star. When it appeared, the exploding flames in the surroundings immediately quietened down. I was in a daze, so I was forced to wake up. This incomparably huge black figure slowly opened its eyes. The pair of enormous dark yellow eyes seemed to be able to penetrate through time-space. It had an enormous tortoise shell. Its abdomen was covered with many pieces of scales that were like rocks. Its neck was slightly thicker, and its head was relatively fierce. Following that, its figure transformed. This huge figure that occupied 1/3 of the surface of the primitive sun star instantly turned into a thin, small, old man. He was incomparably thin, and he looked like a bag of bones. Everyone said that Jiezu was thin and small. This old man's physique was similar to Jiezu, though he was much thinner. It was as if a gust of wind could blow his old bones away. This thin, small, old man leaned on a walking stick. He had a hunched back. He coughed twice. Who is drawing my aura? Who is forcing me to wake up? Chapter 991. He was in a deep and comfortable sleep, but the external world had been guiding his aura, causing him to wake up in the end. The thin, small, old man leaned on his walking stick as he stood on the primitive sun star. He followed the aura that attracted him over. He looked at the endless void, and very soon he saw a white-robed young man currently using his illusory realm to descend on a mountain range to investigate. He was none other than Shui-Ing, who was pursuing the destruction devils. The thin, small, old man chuckled. He who was so thin that his eyes were squinted. How rare. It is actually the Cinnabar inheritance that awakened me, and he created the 10th transformation of the Cinnabar inheritance. This Cinnabar inheritance is the least proficient of the 4 inheritances I left behind. For inheritances: Imperial Dragon inheritance, Cinnabar inheritance, 9 Serpents inheritance, and Mountain Beast inheritance. Other than the Cinnabar inheritance that focused on the soul, the other 3 inheritances focused on the fleshy body. Furthermore, the Cinnabar inheritance was considered a lubricant for the other 3 inheritances, allowing them to fuse together perfectly. Look at his illusory realm. TSK, it is quite interesting. It seems to have part of the concept of cosmos gods. The thin, small, old man became more and more satisfied. Originally, I am slightly angry at being woken up. But after seeing such a good young fellow, ha ha ha, the thin, small, old man laughed. He looked at the incomparably huge primitive sun star beneath his feet. It is quite warm, and I slept quite comfortably. But it is time for me to go out and have a good look at this young fellow." Taking a step, the thin, small, old man disappeared. He appeared once again. He arrived at the Eastern Unicorn, sacred world. It was as if he teleported there. There were no fluctuations in space at all. One had to know that Ancestor Desert, Inquisitive Sky Hall Master, and other primal chaos giants could only teleport through an ultra-long distance by relying on their ancient cultivation talent. Most teleportations would be similar to constructing a spatial corridor, and the disturbance would be huge. Dongbua Shuiying's ultra-long distance teleportation was through the black fog spherical holes, and the disturbance was slightly smaller. As for the skinny old man, no movement could be seen from him. He. The thin, small old man continued watching the movements of Dongbua Shuiying. Dongbua Shuiying stood in the middle of the vast desert, observing the surrounding areas through the black mist sphere. He didn't see anything special, and soon he locked onto a country. He first teleported to a nearby location, then teleported directly above this country. This was merely a nation ruled by a Unity Realm expert. The city occupied an area of 1 million kilometers, and the population wasn't too densely packed. After all, the stronger the expert, the more the cultivators would feel at ease. Only then would they be willing to submit. In a country ruled by a Unity Realm expert, usually only those who were weak and had no hope of entering a big city would be willing to live here. Buzz. Dongbua Shuiying stood in the air above the city, and the illusory realm had already descended upon the kingdom below. The countless lives within the city were all immersed in the illusory realm, experiencing their own experiences. There are no destruction devils. Dongbua Shuiying immediately wanted to leave. In such a hurry? Cultivators have long lifespans. Don't be too impatient. Slow down, slow down. A chuckling voice rang out. Dongbua Shuiying's expression changed drastically. What? His illusory realm was such a formidable technique. He knew that even ordinary cosmos gods would be slightly affected by the illusory realm. Even if they weren't affected, he would still be discovered by him, even though the probing effect of the illusory realm wasn't as good as his law domain. The law domain only covered an area of 50,000 kilometers, and the illusory realm covered a much wider area. Amen. Dongbua Shuiying looked towards the direction where the voice came from. Within a small wine shop by the side of the city, there was a thin and small old man currently sitting there eating and drinking in big mouthfuls. This scene seemed very ordinary, but one had to know that everyone else in the city had fallen into the illusory realm, and only this thin and small old man could still eat and drink. That was abnormal. South Dongbua Shuiying took a step in midair before descending. He arrived by the side of this small wine shop. He immediately bowed. Dongbua Shuiying greets Senior. Sit. The thin and small old man continued eating. As he ate, he said, "It has been a long time since I ate. I'm slightly hungry." Dongbua Shuiying immediately sat opposite him. He carefully observed this mysterious expert in front of him. Even his own illusory realm could not discover him. With his attainments in the illusory realm, Dongbua Shuiying was certain that this was absolutely an existence who cultivated to the highest level, the cosmos god realm. Furthermore, he should be extremely powerful even amongst cosmos gods. But there were only so many cosmos gods, and he should know all of them. A new cosmos god? He should be at the primal chaos realm in the past, right? But according to the intelligence he understood, almost every primal chaos realm expert should be recorded, including those from the ancient sacred religion and ancestor mother religion. Nonetheless, he could not find any similar information regarding this thin and small old man in front of him. Hoochie. The thin and small old man continued eating. He was enjoying himself. Plate after plate of food entered his stomach, and finally he finished everything. Comfortable. I still have to drink after eating. The food in this wine shop is still all right, but the wine is lacking. The thin and small old man patted his stomach. He looked at Dongbua Shuang. Do you have wine? Give me some good wine. Please. Dongbua Shuang waved his hand, causing 3 flasks of wine to appear on the table. Being a cultivator, he would bring many good wines with him. For the sake of tracking down the destruction devils, Dongbua Shuang had traveled across the primal chaos void. He loved good food and wine, and naturally he had tasted the good wines from many places. He had even collected some of the best wines. These 3 flasks of wine were different. In terms of value, there were many wines that were more expensive than them, but those expensive wines were made from precious ingredients. As for the taste, these 3 wines were the 3 that Dongbua Shuang felt were the best. Zizi, the thin and small old man, poured the wine. As he drank, he clicked his tongue. His slightly dim eyes lit up. Good wine, good wine. Who would have thought that you are able to bring out such good wine despite your young age? Dongbua Shuang watched from the side. He watched as the thin and small old man drank. After drinking more than half the wine, the thin and small old man looked up at Dongbua Shuang with a grin. Your temper is quite good. Saying that, he waved his hand. Who? That unique treasure which was originally in Dongbua Shuang's storage treasure landed in the hands of this thin and small old man. Dongbua Shuang's expression changed slightly. In the hands of this thin and small old man was that stone mirror. It was the guidance of the stone mirror that allowed him to cultivate the destruction flower. If not for the guidance, it would be much more difficult for him to reach the 7th level in the Unity Realm. With your current strength, this piece of scale is useless to you. The thin and small old man chuckled. He waved his hand, causing the stone mirror to fly into the distant void. Following that, it tore through the void and disappeared. I should give it to those who need it more. The stone mirror was indeed useless to him now, because Dongbua Shuang had already opened up the 10th transformation of Cinnabar's inheritance. It had already surpassed the guidance of the stone mirror. This was left behind by Senior? Dongbua Shuang asked. Haha, it's a piece of scale that I shed. The thin and small old man chuckled. Oh, right, my name is Sure. Senior Sure. Dongbua Shuang immediately greeted. He felt gratitude towards this thin and small old man. After all, Dongbua Shuang was someone who knew how to repay kindness. It was because of the stone mirror that he was able to create the destruction flower. On his path of cultivation, it was indeed of great help to him. After going to the hospital for a tetanus injection, his wounds had yet to heal. Thus, his typing speed was rather slow. However, it would only get faster and faster. Asterisk.